Me no kwe la funu dalo. No. To. Asui. Me la funu da. Me la funu da. To. Asui. On va pas les voix, dans les voix. On va pas les voix, dans les voix. On va pas les voix, dans les voix. On va pas les voix, dans les voix.
You don't know the number of your, you don't know your room number. Sit down. You don't live in Gabia. How will people know room number? Oh, eh. Vale, let me be able to room number. Taco, no. Where's the JBL? This is la clé. TikTok. Can do Clubhouse and TikTok. Oh, there is will come. Don't worry. The network is to come. When we tell what I'm saying, will to come. Clubhouse, TikTok. We are working with networks, so don't worry. We will pray our prayer. Then you will see whether the network will come or it will come. Never report?
si le trɔne ƒe alɔ anyigba ƒe ke ayi ava kɔ tsi be atso ɖe du ya me be du ya me fi wono zu bafa enu ne gblẽ le wo ŋuti ŋkeke andre agbe ɖe ke bio so ɖe ne gbamea ma ƒe sia yo mia viwo wole duta wole duta amewo le ablotsi sevi amewo le ege edogo duwo katã me kekea me pete ko ya viwo ko le edumɔ me ya ame ɖe be ɖevi mɔ mava nye nu ne du ya ya gblẽ wo dome ne yi ya yi kpli srɔ̃ kpli viwo ɖeviwo anɔ dzidzɔ kpɔm ɖeviwo no ganyo ne wo dzilawo no ganye nuɖuɖu ne wo dzilawo ne ɖeviwo le suku yi ɖe no ganye agbalẽ o ya xɔ woƒe susu wɔnɔ kudzi ne ɖeviwo ava nye míaƒe tsɔme be ɖevi mɔ koko gbɔna ɖe ɖeke ne ganye nutsɔɖiɔ ɖe ame yi ke anɔ nene ƒe du ya me abu tame vɔ ma agblẽ ɖeviwo ƒe agbedome ɖe ŋkeke andrea ɖe tɔgbenyigba hebio so have egbe tɔgbe mi no gbamea ma ƒe sia
Hello. Je mets que small. Il faut plaire. On va pas la route, il va sous bois, tu vois le normal. Elle va bien pour Yo. Apa tu ini kawan. You move too much like he knows that you're facing a certain angle. Mitchell, me about her. Visitor, Atuba, I'm a top. Lovely. Atuba, wine. Atuba, the car. Me up at the play video for a fair people. Mitchell, I do the change with the distance on the car. The thing from that person.
He's coming now, see, I tell you, yeah.
I'm going to conclude that. You have a concluding, they call the car. The guy you look back. No, talk with Mega Joe. I may you young out and young, which I better not be taken on and not. I never government the Haro, David the Cuckoo Gardener, Togota, and when you at Bob, Coco, but I'm the world, and Toby, and Pato. Let me go for Harry, but I don't know. But I'm going to teach me here. Yes, sir. So now it's good to do. Because can I take off this?
ça. Nene ma mere wonu no de. Me tena ta me tare ba mo. Ta nu ya keke papa kle vio, kle mo po mo pete o va na pe amere. Na jo afi mi ajo agbele no keke. Agbo no bu keke nu na mama agbo no bu. Agbele va pe maintenant. America do for ne pe. Amero for America wonu. For ne pe America do for ne pe ke na jo afi na jo agbele ni.
Como ele entrou no pelo mapu, a minha não entrou no minha nome me beijo cabo de no puedo. do the car. You have to make it. Say me you kind but you kind on kind you kind trouble my kind you kind I do some kind say but remember I do la problem you know da you come back go walk pe me zango me play direct you ora que o job pata job mapu apoke me bolo mani me bolo budo me tere kokoro ku atole performance job ni o here job ni me to aya mo moju o to anu kwa ko be ni wo le fe me to ba ke zo gbe mo no se fere ka job pata be ni ati ejo von ba job enye job pata o fe fi aro job pata me tro na me gbe da mo ati sagbe ni edi job pata ni se fe me yo me se me bo di to ta we de che aba pe nu ti gbolu ajima ogboju kuro do da lo ko be vale tu fa mo lo valo do na pepu agosa pa te me yo lo ati geri me yo lo goro mo tu me yo ra te ala bia be yo abaga se ge da lo pa pa se to ge de do agoro o me yo bra hini me yo gbogbo tu me yo ngbe foli ko ko mo ke go go do ku kuma pa na to mo nyama ni ayo e ku to me ne fa na mi gbogbo wore ya na gbogbo ne fa na mi lo e to ne ko se poku apu e na ya ko so gbogbo ni ko se tasi nya mo ti ku si jam ko so abra ko mama ni ko ju na to mo nya ko to mo nya ko bia me sa mama ni doro ye ko ngbe te ku no me yo mi apete te ku to me ne fa na mi gbogbo re ya na gbogbo ni fa na mi e me yo ko ni selection ya wa ku ya ka ku ya se ko mo ni ya obe aku bia ku to me ne fa na mi me yo nya so e wo ko ati aku bia ku ya gbe ni ka ta fe mi sa ku to me ne fa na mi gbogbo re no ya se ko ni ba na so da na me yo papa so yo ra ke ku to me ne fa na mi ya me yo boko adafi so fa wo agbo boko atata ajoge me yo mi ara ke ku to me ne fa na mi gbogbo re no me yo hu no hu le va po me yo hu no hu le pe ataga to be ma se ku to me ne fa na mi me yo to be anani ke le ta to be Abraham di venu le chane me yo mi ara ke me yo to be ti ato si mon kabi le apeni na si zapao ku to me ne fa na mi gbogbo re no ya me yo ane Daniel Evie kwa marele agbaro re Nigeria na to se to me ne fa na mi sia o mi wo fe bi ba e fi to mama o me yo wa mo ti sakra ka me to aba be adogo ko to ko ri ro ko ku ma ku e wa gboro no gboro to be no leche o fran ka ma ya kini ko bi sin gra o ko to ja pa o to ku o to he ko bi atra ka ble me yo ya pe ya ble ke ma pe so ko ti no pe je je no pe ti won mo pe ti chibi ta me de pe sere ke de ko ke pe za di de sa agudo be de pe za di e ta di e pe de sa e ye
When check the what do you call it? The signal and see if it's good or not. Every 1 minute you click. When check you go
now for all when any quasi where you call me about for all them. Now see you call where any quasi for the quasi for them and the young man, a couple of young men, your fan are going to Fabo, my Jesus, or Purpose Thomas, or let that party. My opponent, the Meji, but it checked to Lamia. Could have been a couple of tomato, one tomato, never put it. Oga John.
I promise. Me only. Yes.
Ina no call bag yo mo ko de fridge me na no safa.
Malam makula jinele ho. Kajio. Mala dona go.
Santana, que livre toi, lo. Santana, que livre toi, lo.
Non, monsieur, au Santana, livre toi. Non, monsieur, au Santana Grivegua, Laina Mutege, Unsidele Motikona, Igadama, Sadu Kelenu, Oya Baba, I solo.
Yeah. 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 Ponu fa, lo bogra no na ponu.
Ponu blene mi.
Non ka de la
Mara.
Boleh beli kerja gore, boleh nyari ya. Oh, boleh beli gore.
Blé.
Ponu, lo bogra no na gble.
Ko di Mara.
O mi a ogla. O to ogla no. Ponu ana no ja no na ma wu.
Enwane no ja no na ma
Agbo
wu.
kore gbe.
Pika wo di Mara.
Anya bo mu ya se. Yesa gbe na, yesa gbe ni. Yesa gbe mo.
Mi me nya mu ti to mi me sa mu ti nya.
Nyi ba no. Agbe ma mi si gbere. Ngbe mi po ma.
Efi no akeke jiri via.
Epo te pe. O be po no ti pika bo di no. Va fiami.
Mo bona ko.
Be po.
Baba kene ta baba duge. Ne se gbenye baba duge. Obo ikene ta baba duge. Ne se gbenye baba duge.
Ado ni ka legbe. Ado ni ka legbe. Yes.
Ma vija dan to ha ma po won.
Tete no.
Bata kale ne ba. Nkake what is matter to him? Pete do. Well, eh? If you got a bomb, no dolo. Go. Eh? Let me post a post from me at the new donate. Allow me, allow me, post a post from me at the donate. Yellow cow, let me come as strong as the new donate. Allow me, allow me, let me post a post from me at the donate. I didn't post a post from me at the donate.
No, da, ole ma ole won fa ni sa. De fufia.
I don't prefer now. Oh. Enwan tona tsena be ma ga ku le bisu shawo kwa enwan na tsena ma de poko no gwe oh
edekale watu yale ewo edekale
nyara kaya ko
ati ka tanyo jiga ko nyo ni ko ga dawa edekale
Continue ma fogo mo to me gbe. Continue ma fogo mo e ba fogo mo to ko mo.
ya yale
mi pa le bro nyavo ite ya na te bro nyavo ni sei nyama takwe me ke ba ko bana ba dia tongo fo sori nana bonnie bonnie ani pa ya wa fa bonnie asembia ba ala bonnie ani pa o ye wa fa bonnie asembia ba bonnie ani pa wa ye wa fa bonnie asembia ba ala bonnie ani pa o ye wa fa bonnie asembia ba so odi sikaba ani pa boni wa odi sikaba ni pa boni odi sikaba fie ani pa boni wa odi sikaba ni pa boni wa boni ani pa odi pa boni asendia ba Why bonye me woda e. Why bonye me woda. Otupo why bonye me woda e. Why bonye me woda. Sonko why bonye me woda e. Bonye me woda o. Se we bonye se we woda. Benko why bonye se we woda e. Why bonye me woda e. Why bonye me woda. Sonko why bonye. De coucou, ni quelle vie est plevo.
Bojirini. That's it. No, we don't.
Semika semaya untiase, enana semaya untiase rabia. Ani pamewo be mi mamani, anamika semaya untiase ra. Anika semaya untiase, anika semaya untiase ra. Ani pamewo be mi mamani. Anamika semaya untiase.
Nana kafra wadaruma, bieni pointirum wa. Pointirum.
Nika semaya untiase.
Yebeti ase nana,
umani semaya untiase rabia. Ani pamewo be mi mamani, anamika semaya untiase. Semaya untiase. Nika semaya untiase.
Ya, anya kwa kwa samne.
Anamika semaya untiase.
Mado okwa anyaponyanya. Nguguye.
Anya na ko.
Sokuba ya yegbenya kwa samne. Nana kafra wadaruma bibie ni atere uma. Wani ya dawo. Sa.
Monika semaya untiase.
Bibieni wazo otire mu nana.
Ani kasema ya muntiase, ana kasema ya muntiase. Ani bana waba ni mama ni nana mi kasema ya muntiase. Kasema ya muntiase. Kasema ya muntiase. Ani bana waba ni mama ni nana mi kasema ya.
Dodo mala kwa mwana.
Sanwaye, confusion mayelo, danishon mayelo, desolation mayelo, confusion mayelo, depression mayelo, maye mayelo, maye mayelo,
Munshane di. Watch that then you betu fio. Munshane di.
Ya kala soko blene. Blene.
Kanina.
Nanga de kama sebo na blene. Nele senta bo kwa wa. Ma blene ya ntoe. Na msemdia. Na betu na dentia. Blene.
De wo kasa.
Bundu na blene. Bunu. Ya dawa ya tamasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio, nya tomasio.
Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio. Nyale dame, nya tomasio.
Okanu kware na nabae. Kutanu kware na nabae. So kakuntupo na na chiruo ajae. Kakuntupo na bachi.
That's my troll again.
Kakuntupo na na chiruo. Kutanu kware na nabae. Kutanu kware na nabae. Kunika kembasa, anaka sembasa, ajamu mo.
Yaka sambasa, wisuka sambasa.
Oh, the fear come
Kasamoya untiase, kumani kasamoya untiase. Ani kame obeniwa, nina nani kasamoya untiase. Ani kame obeniwa. Mana mi kasamoya untiase. Ani kame obeniwa mana. Kasamoya untiase, kasamoya untiase, ani kasamoya untiase, ani kame obeniwa, kasamoya
My feeling. Who's I have a Nah, it's coffee. I've never had administration. No. Check the computer, maybe you go inside. Save password. Go into his part of the Google Chrome and type Facebook. It will go into it.
No, Pomado, Bonane, my come, I just showed it. Zoro Magaye, I make a Zoro Magaye, Zoro Magaye, Zoro Magaye, I make a Zoro Magaye, Zoro Magaye, make a Zoro Magaye. Sidi Pamada, Nibonana, make a Majesio Bonane. Nanipa, the Nibonane, I make a Majesio Bonane. Oh, Zoro Magaye, Zoro Magaye.
Guadalupe, 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 Guadalupe,
Say in a language. Say everything that you want. When after you say whatever you wanted, then you make a pledge. You don't make a pledge first before telling the Voodoo what you want. Tell the Voodoo what you want it to do for you, then you make a pledge.
Anything
ram, goat, chicken, and drink. And if you want to pledge any money, then you pledge that money. It's from your own heart. You have to bring something. That's why I was saying get a drink and then maybe put some money on top of it. Then you make a pledge to him. You've said it already. They just okay, we have Adiaha, Shamba, Musa, we have Adi Ahako, Yakoben Abato, Katamuna, as the end of Shamba Musa Eblero. The pipe you are holding in your mouth is from Shamba. You got it from America. So nothing never come out there, go over. Asking him whether you should bring something and make a pledge with you. Said, let's see what you say. I'm saying, is it not the time? It's not yet right. So maybe we finish everything and then you make a pledge. Is that what you want? So we are hungry. Somebody is hungry. You go walk with him far. So they are hungry. So let them eat food, then you come and make your plate. They are hungry. They are hungry. We are all hungry, but we are pretending that we are not hungry. Exactly. They should start cooking.
Yes, sir. So I'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back.
By all means.
Pourquoi la pété c'est là coup?
Ok. Ni work with it, but we never make a new hado. La pe do chele pe I will na si be ko na we direct. Maybe na we are throw that to you. One I can't come and go now. Me na dua. Me na voduro si are dua.
Me na
Wow. No. But don't we got be. Ko vi wo ni ni o go. Me ni patani. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you, wherever you are. This is the Africa Magic Temple Revolution of Voodoo Education live streaming on TikTok, Zoom, Facebook, Clubhouse, and on YouTube. Thank you all for joining us. I know some of you have been here for some time now, where we've been running around doing some few things. That's why we could not come to you physically. I wasn't there, but I am here now, and we are about to take off. So please get your questions ready. I am your host, Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. Thank you very much. Oh, Ago Mauga, Ago Mauga, Ago Mauga. Mauga Soboli Samando, Mauga Kitty Katamando, Mauga say. I said Joto Amajoto. Said Nanuame, said the Nanuame, woman of every document of every. Woman of you may be an document of every bueno, document of you may be an woman of you, will send you a dog. May I share my hand for a show, semi for a show, became a dog. May I braxas and braxas and braxas. Braxas, may was your people dog or a tablet of every Makuna. What will vessel, vessel, a cameo dog. May your man also dear, and you do so catchicas about here, Dremia Faber, appear cleaving about your home, Mayor. When I ain't by my Joe Flora for playing Bamando de cow. When I hear a mapeculu, etega. Magana Petona Glovenia. Men are not an engage, Bonge, Mayor. Oh, my own kind, but you're kind, whatever kind, what kind, Zuba kind, Trova kind, and what kind if you are kind of Tabaka. Very bad. Remember, I had a door of problem in the future, and some of the may have been the Hobab work by me. Zango, every year, job at Jomaku. For Kama for a minute, Chima for Voodoo, and very quickly quite for forming job when you hear it, when you try one you to and quite a penny. Well, if you remember, Thomas, your two of woman, not the Perica Jopata, very happy to Voma, Jopini, Jopata, fear. Jopata. Matronam and Bedam Molo. Have you found my lady? No, I think Ajolo Jopata, Jopata, to have my own messing board, you to talk with the type of qualities of Bulu Ajima, or Body Pro, Homecoming, Valentin for family, Valodona Buffy, I was a patemayo, I think I mayo, go with me, and la fear, kind Jopata for Halo. Eh, mayo, I'm a gassy, Geja, but Passassin, this is a talk again, Dog. Mayo Brahini, Mayo Bochi, Mayo Mumbai, both for Common Gomingo, Kucha Common, Tomoyo Baha. Mayo Tony Cosapaku could be an Yakosa Baku Tassin Yamos, if you see Jamcosa, Bracobra, Mamma, body, but a winner coffee. Mayo Tassin Yamos, if you see Jamcosa, Bracobra, Mayo Pete. The winner who could be a mensa, Mamma Doria paying the Pecuno, Kutuba the Fanami Bubu, and go in the Fanamlo. Mayor when you Celestina, what could be a Katrina, could be a Funya Secodo, Kuto and Fanny. You are not to do, but to you talk to Jimmy, your kinky has a bunch of Arasuba, Mayo, Kuto and Fana. We have Bokor the face of Sofa, one bobby. Zilevu, Kuto and Fana, you, Emayo Bokor, a Fachawa Joge, Alcondo, Kuto and Fana, Bubu. We are no a backbone, no like being at the gun, Tobe Maze. Kuto and Fanami. May your Toby and an to register to Abraham Giveno le Chame. Kuto and Fanami. Your Toby Fiatosim Kabila Benyasia got him. They may your Daniel Review Pamarele, Agbaro and Nigeria, Kuto and Fanami Bubu, and Fanam. I better Jimmy. Are we having any tissue paper here? Look for the hand tissue papers. I don't know where they are, please. Oh, my friend, you may have Brian, you may have you may have boy, you may have Batunia, what they she. Again, you pity, I could do a fan and I go to the fan. Now, really, Millie. And when you go, but I'm a human on Bob and a cadam. May your abuchi sacrifice of a go to go, my well, top of knowledge of Frank. Feeling we have seen crowd of the Java, which are talk of to have coffee at a cable. Yomi activity. May I talk about a number of do to Rahu, as a pass at the Kuno or Tokushino. And now, may your fan go to farm more matches, so quick as quick to let that video. Fafa was so do I may your calling by Meji, Kumeji, will Meji, Meji, so many one Meji, Media Club, and good some of the coming strip, to Lamidi, let me check for me. Richard to Lamay, Clover, what Tomado, look with it. I had any Umbuga Camille Tomalo. Every other Untosi, Niano Hoedo, toss up here. I mean, I know what I know where I do taboo on the way. I had any Major dog of a look. Ya negba no no anye gba no to na msia ye vi ko banyo atata matanya pete gbere mi akọ ye me nya oh a hol bi akpo tu go tu go ha. Okay, we are ready. Let's start from YouTube. We have Togbe Jigbeza Sesoka greetings and good day, Papa Bokor and Nuledo. Thank you very much. And we have Ifalomo Odulola. Good morning, Papa and AMT. Thank you, Ifalomo and Togbe Jigbeza. And then we have Mike Perea saying, Papa, if somebody want to lays a spiritual attack on you, I don't understand. To do somebody want to place a spiritual attack on you, is it true that they have connect with your family in spiritual first and get permission or not? I've never heard it before. Who will want to attack you and have any permission from your family before they will go and attack you? Where does the person know your family from before you have connection with your family or spiritual? It is not true. A lot of people are making fuss about spirituality, things they don't know, they say. How can the person go and meet your family and ask your family that I want to kill your child? Then your family will say, yes, go and kill my child. I don't know. I've never heard it anywhere before, but maybe there is. But I have not come across it yet. And then we have Benny Muswani in South Africa. So these sins in Chiame are the reasons Abrahamic religion fears spiritual powers. I'm so humbled that you shared this with the world. Powerful. Thank you very much, Benny Muswani. Thank you very much. And then Benny Muswani went on to say, I bless all these women in the sins. May they become even more powerful. We are very grateful, Benny. We are very grateful. And Benny Muswani said, good afternoon, Bokor, AMT family. Thank you so much for taking task of teaching an African child what the forefathers could not teach under difficult circumstances. Akpe now. Mesu Akpe Benny. Thank you, Akpe. Then we are going on to Facebook. We have Obiri Quran say, I need help. Obiri Quran, I don't know what you meant by saying you need help, but if you want some spiritual attention or some challenges in spirituality, and that's what you're talking about, we have our numbers on our website, and it's also going to be again pinned to the Facebook. You can call the number and make an appointment to meet us. Then we have Big Sister Oluchi Suwoke. It's a great evening, Papa, with peace and love. And my regards to the family. Thank you very much. We are very grateful for your continued support, and my regards to your family too. Olichi also okay. Is that flowers or dancing? Ah, okay, she's dancing happily. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then we have Monty Tel. Greetings, family. Thank you very much, Monty. How are you? Thank you very much for joining. It's been a while. Hope you are fine. And then we have Oluchi Asuoke again. Say Ise. Thank you very much. Ise. Thank you. Yeah. So that is we are now going on to Zoom. Okay, we
Good
have.
morning, Papa.
Good morning, Andrea. How are you?
I'm fine. You already greeted me. I was on YouTube earlier. Now I switched over to Zoom.
Okay, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having this platform and sharing what you share.
Yes. Well, what question do you want to ask so that we can share with everybody?
Would you talk just for a brief moment about the role of women in Vodun in your temple?
Okay. Women in my temple, I don't have too many women in my temple. It is not because I don't want them to come to my temple. A lot of women have taken initiation into voodoo and other spiritual aspects of the things we do. But sometimes they want to be very silent and be behind. And because we live in a country where social status is very, very important to some people, they don't want to be seen associating with voodoo. And
Mhm.
for this reason, you don't see so many women appearing in our videos, unless when we go into the villages where we have old ladies who do not have any fear of who sees them or who do not see them, then they openly can join us. But when you come to the shrine or young people in general, they don't want to be seen being associated with voodoo. So that's why you don't see them. But we do have women who have been initiated because in every voodoo in general, long time when I was a child, it was women whom I knew were the priestesses. It is only when I grew up that I begin to see men being voodoo priests and Bokor. But in my childhood, it was mainly women. Hardly would you see a man being in charge of a voodoo. That's why in my typical locality, we call every woman who is a priestess voodoosi.
Lucy.
Voodoosi means a wife of a voodoo.
Mm.
So
Okay.
in today's world, it is very interesting that a lot of people, because of Christianity, people do not openly wanted to, or people do not want to be openly associated with voodoo in public.
That seems to be the case for a lot of African traditions around the world, even here in the United States, though there's a growing rise in people converting to Vodun, to Isheshe, so forth and so on, there's still a big stigma, and a lot of people hide what they actually do and have converted to. So I think that is kind of par for the course.
Yes, you are very right. I think because the stigma around voodoo is so negative that even when people come to discover the truth that it is a path of total freedom, they are still afraid of society. So they want to hide it from society.
Yes. What advice would you give to a young person? Because I meet a lot of young people who are curious about how to handle outside criticism if they so choose to convert and start to learn and study from people like yourself.
Can you come again, please?
What advice?
Come and start this. Please stop this and stop it. I don't want anything from. Yes, Andrea, please one more time because I'm having
Sure.
I'm having some distraction on TikTok. Somebody who is now telling me that I should take their number if I need anything they will do for me. You know, these are scammers. I don't need
Oh
anything
yeah,
from you.
the scammers breed like cockroaches, unfortunately. But my
I
question,
don't need anything from you.
my comment is, what advice would you give to people, especially younger people, who are interested in learning more from elders like yourself to deal with the pressures of society saying that what we do is wicked or evil?
For me here, I am always ready to teach whoever is interested to learn from whichever background. In my shrine, we don't use race as a yardstick to measure who should study from our shrine or who shouldn't study. A lot of times, our African brothers, especially in the diaspora, are people who are always complaining that why do you allow other people to come in to learn about our ancestors, their secret. And one thing I always say is that voodoo is the word, is every word for spirituality in our, or for spirits in our every tradition.
Yes.
And when we say voodoo, voodoo is not limited to any particular race. If African Americans or Native Americans, Indians, Japanese, Chinese, Eastern Europeans, and Europeans have anything called spirit in their culture, to to us to us in every land, we will call that they are working with voodoo. So no one should ever think that voodoo is only limited to black Africans. It is the name of every people. Some people in other parts of Africa do not call this particular practice voodoo. They have their own local name for it, and that's how they call it. So for us, we encourage every young person or whoever is willing to learn and want to learn the real thing, and also who would be learning it to be able to use it to help humanity. We are ready to teach.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. You restarted it. Those are scammers. Coming on the line and say, if you take the number, take the number. If you need anything, call me. If I need anything, I will look for you. It's not you who will be looking for me. Because I am the one who is going to need something. So I have to look for you. It's not you who is going to provide the thing who will be looking for you. Anyway. Okay, let's go on to TikTok. Get the listen on TikTok and let's see if we have. Can you connect it?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think we don't have too many people here.
Yes,
Where did that guy came from? Where did the man come from to be interacting with my program by saying if you need anything from me? So many scammers, so many thieves in this world. Okay. Let's go back to. Okay, I think Facebook is also we have. Mr. Obiri Akwan, Obiri Kuran is still saying he needs spiritual help. So the number is there. Our number is on the screen. So please just pick it up and then call. They'll book an appointment for you. Yeah. And do we have anybody on Clubhouse that wanted to say anything? Okay. I think we don't have anything on Clubhouse, YouTube. This is, so please play some new videos. Don't continue repeating the old videos. Play some new videos if you can. We have so much data there. So please play some videos. Meanwhile, if anybody are either working very hard these days.
I also think that I think right now they are playing the World Cup first game right now. So
Okay,
people are
so
watching that one.
definitely people want to watch.
Oh.
Yeah. So we will just hang on and be playing some video,
Yeah.
and then later we will join. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe even myself, I had wanted to watch. So how is your mother and Pele? Haven't heard from Pele in a while.
Everybody is good though. Pele now is doing comedy. So he has been making a lot of videos and he thinks that his work too are all good. I saw him recently. So we are all doing well. We went to Takasaki, Guma recently to feed our ancestors, Obachan, Ojicham, and Miki Papa for their 13th year, 17th year, and 7th year since their passing.
Oh,
So that was
okay.
very
Obachan's
nice.
own 13th year is so quick. I couldn't believe
Yes.
that it's already 13 years that she passed on. Really surprising.
Yes. And Ojichan is 17.
Okay, that's a long time ago. That time, the time you were going to high school.
Yes, yes. When I was in Costa Rica, that's when that happened. But I saw the videos from Petwe that they were playing even before the live, and I wanted to ask if you could give some explanation. Some lady was almost like she was in some possession and was walking around, lying on the floor, singing. I don't know if Lamin knows what I'm talking about, but I was wondering if that was like a possession or
I know
something
what
like
you
that.
are talking about. It's Mami Dasi. It's a Dasi. You know, Voodoo Dan.
Ah, it's Mamida.
She's a Dasi.
Oh,
Yeah. She said Dasi, and they are all initiated into Yeve. I mean, long before I even know them. So, from time
wow.
to time, when we are doing things like this, they get possessed. And on this very occasion, I don't know whether you heard that KK is dead.
KK as in which KK?
Petwe KK, who stayed with me.
Oh, oh,
Okay, KK
sorry for him.
died almost about a month plus ago. Yeah. So when we went to do the feeding of the ancestors and the voodoo, as well as Tometuji's grave to pour libation, when we started the process of the voodoo, she got possessed, and she was pointing that there is something buried in the house, which is very dangerous. Someone buried some negative spirit or spiritual items in the house, and that is what is killing the young people in the village. So she got possessed and she went straight to point where the spirit led her, that this is the point where the things had been buried. And actually, I had wanted them to dig the place that day so we can retrieve whatever it is. But since I have not done a reading on what that place is, I told them I don't want to go and open any energy that will attack me or affect my children. For this reason, I asked them to place some money there and then leave it overnight and bring it to me so I can do a reading to find out what kind of energy is there and how to neutralize it. But they didn't do it, and it is not my duty to go and do it. It is they who live in the village, and they are the ones who are dying. It is their children who are dying. So it is their duty to ask what is killing us. And if there is anything here, in reality, the thing should show itself and we should know what to do for it to dismiss it. But they did not do it before I left the village. So it was Dasi Aku, I think Dasi Aku. She was the one who was possessed, and she went to show the place where the thing had been buried. It was something that was buried maybe in the what will I say? Not everybody is aware of it, and we don't know. I don't know, but that's what she was doing in the video. Yeah.
Wow, that's very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you too for that. Me, I don't see the videos when they are playing them. But then when you mention, I know what I know
Yeah,
what
it's very nice.
I know what
It's very
happened.
nice. The video team is doing a very good job. It's very, very good.
Okay, so I knew what had happened. So when you mentioned it, I could explain. But in the village now, almost all the Yeve people are almost dead. So the only three women you saw in the old women you saw in the video
Yes.
are the only ones, what do you call it, are the only ones that are remaining. The other two are quite old, they could not even join us. That's why you see that I invited what do you call it, Midao from Hawkeye.
Yes. I saw her. I saw
So
her.
I invited her to come and join because she is also initiated into Yeve. That's why I asked her to join.
Does the town of Westway have a special relationship with Yebe, or they just happen to have people who practice the Yebe in the town?
No, there's a Yeve shrine. There's a Yeve shrine just behind the house of our George, the big tough guy. Just behind his window, there is a very old Yeve shrine there, and they have abandoned it. They are running away from it. It's still there. But nobody there goes in there. So all the voodoos are in there. And it's been there for the past 20, 25 years that I've been going there. It has always been there. Nobody had even entered it. Once in a while, when something happens and we do a reading, we'll hear information from the shrine. The spirits in the shrine will talk, and then we ask them what we should do for them. Then we do. But nobody is bold enough to say, okay, let's go open the shrine and reinstate all the spirits and start to working with them again, because everybody wants to be Christian. Everybody wants to be like a person who is clever because you have gone to school. You don't want to associate with your ancestors' voodoos anymore. So there's a big shrine there. A lot of people were into Yeve. And as I told you before, Tobetuji's mother was also put into a Yeve shrine as a Trokoshi, because they had a shrine there too. That's why.
Very sad.
So
Very sad.
is there one day when you come?
It's similar to what is happening to Tobe Ahumbato as well, I guess.
Yes, but in the case of Ahumbato, it's still because it's just one single main voodoo there. Of course, there are so many small voodoos around it, and it's one deity that is there. At least the children have been seeing it, and it is no more. People can see it, but the Yeve shrine is more scary because there are so many things that you don't even know what they are. but they have power. So the children are scared to go in, and they are not even ready to do any reading to find out what is there and how to handle them.
Mm, mm. They don't know how to handle the thing, and they just
Yeah.
will leave it down there so that it should be there.
Yes, but then if you don't know how to handle something that your ancestors have left behind, it is for you to go and ask, do a reading around it to find out what exactly is there and how can I make good use of it for my progress and for the progress of my people. But everybody, not the chief, not anybody, nobody is interested. And women who are the Yevesi or the people who are the Yeve priestess that you saw in the video, they are too old to even command the children and the youth, and even or even the chief and the elders that they should go and do this. They don't have power of voice. You know, when you have money, you are powerful. So they are quite poor people. So even when they talk, uh, some of the modern elders will not even accept because they are scared already.
Mm. Yeah, that's very unfortunate. And what happened to that young boy that Toby Akumbato kind of selected last year? Is he still around?
Nana, was it?
Yes.
Was it? No, it wasn't Nana that he selected. I selected Nana to be in charge, but it was Achu that we selected that last year. But this year, when of our John Assembly, when Seiram was doing a reading, when we asked who should be in charge, they selected that boy's senior brother, their father's first son. And in reality, they are on the line of people who should be in charge of the voodoo. So that's why we all agreed. So I told the parents to arrange that he can come and stay here in Accra so that I can train him and he'll go to
He's
school.
a young boy, right?
Yeah, yeah, young boy is barely 13 years.
Mm, mm.
So he can come to school here, and then I'll be training him. And when he's ready, he can go back and take over the shrine and become like the consultant for the voodoo, because all the adults are not ready to do it.
They are not ready to do it.
No, no, no.
Well, so what do you think is the solution for this kind of scenario? Because I would imagine that this sort of thing that will happen not just in Petue, but all across Ghana or all across Africa, where the older generation have some information, and then the younger generation or the youth who are now supposed to be in that position of leadership are not really interested in doing it. So that the tradition is just slowly just going down and down.
It's
Do you
dying
see any
away.
solution to that, or
There is solution to it, but the solution can only be if the person is interested. You can't force people to be in charge of voodoo because voodoo is not a physical thing only. The physical aspect of the image that has been created to house the spirit is there, and that's the one that everybody sees. But the spirit itself, nobody actually sees them. So if the voodoo itself selects you that you should be in charge of me, then it's a different story. But also, if a child on that same voodoo lineage or the inheritors has interest, and then that's another thing. Then they can train that person to come and take charge. Because while you are doing that, the voodoo itself will try to guide that person you have selected. But when the voodoo itself selects the person, no one can say no. because the voodoo will now communicate through that person to the community. So it is dying off everywhere because we believe that being or trying to be like European is what is happiness and it's what life is. We should come out from our shells, from our villages, and look like Europeans and straighten our hair to look like Europeans. I mean, we are doing everything to imitate the white man. That's what is the problem of the black person, not only in Africa, but everywhere else. And we can only see beauty in the white person. We don't see beauty in ourselves until we try to look like a white person. It is very true, but it is also very hard for many people to accept. But that's the naked truth. So when we have this problem, the black man does not actually uh, appreciate himself or herself until they want to look like a European. Then only they feel being accepted. That it shouldn't be so, but you can't force. You can take a horse to the riverside, but you cannot force it to drink water. Even if you put its mouth inside the water, if it doesn't want to drink, it will close its mouth, it will not drink. So that's the biggest problem of the African in Africa as well as the African in the diaspora. So we wait until the voodoo decide to select. Yeah, but if the voodoo doesn't want to select anybody and people abandon it and go, that's also the problem of the voodoo itself. So there's nothing I can do. If we have people who are interested, we will teach them. But we will not force anybody to be interested. But then there are certain people who are having interest, but the interest that they are having is a wrong interest in the sense that they are looking for a way to be in charge of the voodoo in order to use it to scam people. They are not interested in hearing the voice of the voodoo or the direction of the voodoo, but they are interested to show the picture of the voodoo and be around it so that they can tell people that I am a priest, then they can use it to scam people. But that's not what we need. Those are not the type of people that we need.
It's very unfortunate that there are a lot of people like this. But in your experience, do you how does the voodoos react to such a person? Is there a difference between how a voodoo will react and work for somebody who is using it to scam versus somebody who is using it very honestly to do the work of humanity or for the community?
The voodoo, the person who is doing scam is not using the voodoo. The voodoo is not working through that person. So there's no way to say the voodoo will react to the person or not. The person is only using the image of the voodoo, and the image of the voodoo is not the voodoo. So the person is only using that voodoo's image to cheat people. The voodoo is not talking through the person. If the voodoo is actually talking through the person, then the person will be able to know what the voodoo wants and what it does not want. So people like that are not actually have any connection with the voodoo. It is only to use the picture or the image of the voodoo to scam people. But whoever the voodoo is truly connected to, the voodoo tells them what is going on and what to do. Because last year when I went for I haven't been there for a long time because of the behavior of the children
yes,
and the grandchildren.
Like 7 years or so, 5
years. Yes, about 5 years. And the reason was that they always felt that anytime I come there, I have more attention of the villagers, the elders, the women, the children all want to gather around the voodoo. So there is some of the grandchildren and great grandchildren of these voodoo's owners who felt like I am an outsider. Why should it be that when I come, then people rather will listen to me than to listen to them? One thing, they cannot hear the voice of the voodoo. That's why the old man didn't give to anybody in the village before dying. There's no one who can communicate with the voodoo directly. apart from me. So when I went last year, after many years without going there, when I entered into the voodoo shrine and I started to pray, I started crying. Then the voodoo started crying through me. And why? Because they are not using, they are trying to kind of diminish its image by using it to take advantage of people, his image, and they are not doing things that had been done and the way the regulations and the rules that people or their ancestors had followed, and making the voodoo to be so powerful and so popular in every land. They weren't doing that, so the voodoo was crying through me. So I became angry, and I told them that they are misusing the image of this voodoo, and for this reason, Susuawu became angry. And so even we went this time, he was angry. We had to call him to arbitration for why he is angry with us. We are coming to help you people, to help you people to do this work. And you don't have money. If you don't have money, you can't do voodoo work. You can't take care of voodoo. And not only money, you don't even know anything about the voodoo because the time your grandfather died, you the grandfather was the mother's father. Your father is from another village and has nothing directly connected to this voodoo. Yes, your mother is a child of the old man, but you cannot be the one who will be in charge. And for that I said, he wasn't happy. His cousins, who were his uncle's children, they can be in charge because they are a man's children. In our Ewe culture, in most part of Ewe land, we don't inherit our mothers. We inherit our paternal side. So I was just trying to put the thing right that your other cousins, on the other hand, who are having a direct paternal relationship with the voodoo, should be the ones in front. And then all of you others should be behind and help to keep this voodoo working. And he did not understand. And of course, he has not gone to school very much. So even though we are speaking in our local language, he felt that I was putting him down. And we went this time and he took a very negative approach towards us. So we had to let the elders call him down to let him understand what I am trying to say. I mean, I don't understand. But you see, these are the things that when voodoo doesn't select you, you are trying to force yourself in so that people will know that you have joka or whatever. It's not always the best. It's not always the best. So some people
You have to be selected.
Yeah, of course. Either the elders sit down and select somebody, either the elders sit down and looking at a child's behavior and everything can say, okay, we think this child can be in charge of this shrine, and we will all support him or her. But if you have this kind of hanky panky nature, you are not very straightforward. But you are trying to place yourself as if you know, but you don't know. And the people are not happy with you. But everybody is scared because no one is actually trying to be in charge. So this person, even though he is not the right person, is trying to be in charge. So everybody is afraid of him until I came to tell them this is how it should be. And then he has taken it as an offense and doing all that he could do. So voodoo work is a very difficult work, and the only thing you can do to continue the tradition is to train your children from childhood. Train them from very, very early age to understand that this is what you do, and this is what is feeding them, and this is what is keeping their life straight or keeping them alive. And when your children understand it from childhood, when they grow, they know what the importance of that and they'll follow that. But then when children stay in Catholic mission or Christian mission, after they fail everything and they think that that is an easy way to take advantage of people by presenting the image of a voodoo, it is not the best. But that is all that I can say.
Mm, mm. Education at the early age.
Yeah, you have to educate your children about your beliefs, things that you trust, your culture, your everything that you think is good for you. You have to educate your children as early as possible. So you will see a lot of people on the internet now who are scamming people and even using voodoo to kill others. Most of them were very deep into Christianity. Some were even big pastors, but they failed. And in their mind, voodoo belongs to the devil. So they switch from God to the devil. And all that they can do is to use it to destroy and disturb other people's peace, which is a very wrong thing. But then there are such people are also there. A lot of them are on the net. Just like now we were doing this, and there was this gentleman on TikTok who also joined the program, and he asked permission to join. When I accepted, the first thing he said that if you need anything, please take my numbers, and I will do them for you. You can do things for people, and you are not doing for yourself. So such people are plenty. There are a lot of them. Like, okay, so let's go to Facebook again and see. Since they are playing the ball, why won't we just wait small? Okay, but some people are here, so let's be attending to them. We have Sila Ameji. Say, can a female be in charge of a voodoo? If you had heard me earlier, Sila Ameji, I said when I was young, it was only women who were priestesses. We call them voodoosi, tronsi. So the question is already answered. And we have a big sister Oluchi also. Okay, say, Papa. But Papa, what about after training the young boy and he refused to do that which you have trained him for? What will happen to him? Oh, nothing will happen to him, because when we want to train him, we ask him whether he's interested, and he is interested, and also it is on their ancestral line that the voodoo came from. So I believe that after staying with me for some time, if he comes to stay with me, because we are always every day we are doing some rituals, and he will see the practicality of whatever we do, as we call vosa. In English, they say ritual. He will see it daily, and he will know that it is not a trick, it is not a joke, and that alone should arouse interest in him. And knowing that his great grandfathers have got a voodoo already waiting that he's going to go and be communicating with, I don't think after training he will refuse uh, uh, not to work with the voodoo. But even if he refuses, it does not matter. We have trained him. And then Big Sister Oluchi went on and said, please, Papa, uh, Papa, on enlight us on many questions with peace and love, Papa. Thank you very much. Okay, then Big Sister Oluchi went on to say, then, Papa, if they are using the image of the voodoo to scam people, why is the voodoo not reacting against uh, those people? Please, can you inform us why it is so with peace and love? Yes, like I was saying, they are using the image of the voodoo to deceive others. It's not the voodoo that they are using. It is not the voodoo that they are using. They are using the voodoo's image. So it is up to those of us who are having eyes and ears to hear the voodoo to let them know that what they are doing is wrong. Because one thing we also don't want to do is that we don't want to invoke the voodoo against its own children and grandchildren. It will be wrong thing for us to tell the voodoo that if anybody uses you wrongly, you should attack the person. It is not the right way. We should never do that, and we will not do that. We can only tell the people or the children who do not know what the voodoo is that what they are doing is not the proper way, so they should stop uh, uh, that kind of act. But if you will continue saying it and they are not listening and they continue doing what they want to do, that is then up to the voodoo. But it will not be up to me to say anything. Because we know what power that voodoo possesses, and we are not ready, or I personally am not ready to invoke its wrath on anybody. After all, the voodoo doesn't belong to my father. It doesn't belong to my direct great grandfather. It belonged to a person who taught me, who I have likened to my own father, and that's the way I treated him, and he treated me as a child until he passed on. So I shouldn't be the person who acts or wish his generation any evil at all. So I cannot get involved into that extent. I can physically tell this is not the way, but it will not be my work to tell the voodoo to do anything. And then big sister Oluchi say, okay, Papa, thank you with peace and love. Thank you too with peace and love. Thank you for joining. Okay, we have SB. Hello and greetings, Bokor, Christopher, Voncujovi, and AMT. Thank you very much, SB. Thank you. Then we have Fatima Friday say, blessings, Bokor. Thank you for being here to teach us. Can you explain the difference between oracles that deliver messages from readings and voodoo? And voodoo. Thank you. Yeah, hello, Fatima. The oracles that deliver reading are the same as the voodoos. Every voodoo speaks through a particular divination system, or every voodoo or every spirit for that matter can communicate through a divination system. So the divination system is what we call the oracle. And it is the voodoos that are the spirits that go behind the scene when somebody asks a question to go and fetch that answers. And then, since the ordinary human eye or the ordinary human ear cannot hear what the voodoos are saying, the divination tool become the voice of the voodoo. This is the only difference. So it is the oracle that is divining, and the voodoos have the same thing. The only thing is the oracle becomes the mouthpiece of the voodoos. Voodoos are actually the ones talking, but because no one can hear, no one can see them. They are communicating through either the mirror, through the cowries, through the afar divination, the afar what do you call it, the divination chain, or through water, or through the crystal ball, whatever it is. So the crystal ball becomes the oracle that speaks the voice of the voodoo, or the mirror becomes the oracle that speaks, or Afa becomes the oracle that speaks the message of the voodoo for the human beings to understand. So that is the difference between them. So it is the voodoos that are actually communicating through the divination tool, which will, in this sense, be called the oracle. There we have Juliet A. Say good afternoon, Papa and AMT. Hello, Juliet. How are you? Thank you very much. Hope you are very fine. Thank you for joining us. I'm grateful. Okay, we are having Ohirime Christian. Ohirime Christian saying good evening, sir. Hello, Christian. How are you? Thank you very much for joining us. Then we have what again? So many people have joined on TikTok. Thank you all for joining. Please raise it down. Let me see if there's any. This is got all this one. They are following the host. And yeah, we have a Nana Ofe 5. Please, can you do a quick reading for me? No, I can't. I don't do those things. That's not the kind of priest that I am. If you want to do a reading, book an appointment. We will do a reading for you. I'm not here online to be during my live session to be doing reading. I'm not a malam. We are very serious shrine. We are not that kind of shrine that you have met before. We are totally different. We have Esther Ophebia sharing the live. Thank you very much, Esther. Then we have Juxta Calvestri join, and then we have Thomas saying, Papa, I have been having serious nightmare for the past 2 years. How, please, what is the solution? Do a reading and find out what is happening in your spirit world, why you are having nightmares. When you do a reading, the solution will come. Thank you very much, Thomas. Okay, we have Charlotte panel on Zoom. If Charlotte wanted to say anything, she can go on. And I think there was a Hope who also sent a message. Do you provide consultation? Yes, Hope, we do. We do provide consultation. When you contact us, we'll tell you the procedure, and then we can go ahead and do the consultation. Then we have Andrea Ifalomo saying, that's unfortunate. This is so very true. Thank you very much, Andrea, for that. We have a lot of problems with African traditional spirituality, especially this online things that we are doing, because you can't see the person physically, and sometimes the person may not even have a shrine of their own, but they'll be posing and pretending to be spiritual, powerful people, using entertainment magic to be deceiving people. You will see people being buried alive, and then they will wake up and all kind of things. People sitting inside fire, and then the most common and the most popular is the Zangbeto, which is supposed to be in the Zang, which is night, now Kelekbeto everywhere. So, people do not really understand anything because people believe in tricks than when reality is showing itself. There is no voodoo in this world that can walk by itself on its feet when mounted as a voodoo. In spirit, where you cannot see them, of course they can move from one place to another. But when a voodoo is mounted, whether it is made out of a thatch, or made out of a paper, or made out of a grass or clay, they can never move anything. It is only for those people who have eye and ears can see the voodoo's movement. But for ordinary people to see a voodoo dancing in public and running around, going up and going down, I tell you, it's a scam. Okay, we have Fatima Friday say, thank you, Bokor. Infinite blessings to you and AMT. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fatima. I'm very grateful. And then infinite blessings to you too. And then we have Thomas say, thank you, Papa. I'm much grateful. Thank you too for the question. And then we have Drew say, yes, oh, Daddy. Thank you very much, Drew. I think we are done. Okay, play some videos for a while and let's see, unless somebody on Clubhouse wanted to ask a question. Just like I was saying that no voodoo can physically move or dance or even sing a song or even speak a voice. If that voodoo is not a toy, then it's an illusion. Yeah. I have been in this thing for more than 40 plus years to know what is reality and what are tricks. But majority of people like the trick aspect of everything that we do, everything that the African traditional spirituality does. A lot of people like the tricky aspect of it, the illusionary aspect of it, because it makes things look out of space, as if they are coming from another world. So it makes people feel more comfortable if you do your hand like this and you are able to conjure a coin, or you do your hand like this and you are able to conjure a sword. It makes people more attracted to you than telling them that no sword can fall from the sky, because there's no house in the sky and there's no blacksmith in the sky who is making sword. So there is no way a sword can fall from the sky for in your hand. The Gbede or the blacksmith that are spiritual blacksmiths, they are not pounding any physical iron and sending to anybody. But that is what people like to see, and that is what people believe, because lies travel faster than the truth. So, and people get convinced easily when they have lies, or when lies are presented to them. It makes them it makes them feel more comfortable than when you are telling them the naked truth. I know people go to places and say, the voodoo called my name. The voodoo is talking to me. All lie. And we go and we call my grandfather's spirit, and my grandfather's spirit started talking. Eh? After him, there's somebody who died and they bury him, and he wake up from wherever he is and he start talking to you. You must be crazy. Spirits talk, but they talk to the mind. And when a person who is in charge of them, they talk to the person should translate that to you in a human voice that you can understand. Not like you go somewhere and you are not understanding. It is not anything talking. It's the same man who is sitting in front of you that is using ventriloquist techniques to be making noise And then he later will translate you that the Spirit said this, Spirit said that. Those are all lies. We don't do that in our shrine here. And it has reduced African traditional spirituality into comedy, as if those comedians or the kind of things they do are what actually voodoo is. Voodoo is real, but it is not in that kind of form. We have Kenneth Boer. Okay, we have Thomas again. Papa, how can you know if your ancestors are giving you a direction or have assignments for you to do? It is very hard for you to know unless you are spiritually inclined. Even then, even if you are spiritually inclined, initiated, and all this thing, when your ancestors are trying to give you a direction to follow, uh, what happens is that you may see things in dream, but you cannot understand it very clearly. Or certain events may be intuitively affecting your psychic mind or your mind, and but you will not be able to understand it very clearly. And for that reason, you do a reading. So the mouthpiece of the gods, whether you are using Afa, you are using the mirror, you are using book, or you are using cowrie, you go to someone who can understand the translation of these cowries when they fall. Someone who can look into the mirror and hear and translate. Someone who can open a book, whether it's the Bible or any book or exercise book, and opening that book, because that we have another form of divination in Eveland, that is book. If you, some of you who have seen Abochi, when I open the Abochi, inside of it there is a book. That book also it can be used as a divination tool on its own without the mirror. But they had been made together. We call it Adbanre in Eve. Sometimes it is just a plain sheet of papers in the book, and when you open it, you can start reading. Sometimes people who wanted to please Christians use the Bible, and then when you come to them, you say your everything on money. When they put the Bible on the money, after some time, when they remove it, they open a page, they start telling you your story. So these ones are there. So whatever your ancestors are trying to tell you can only be translated through these divination tools. So you cannot really understand what your ancestors are telling or whatever direction they are giving you until you do a divination or a reading. Then you can know what your ancestors are trying to tell you, and then you can follow the direction that they are giving you. And for sure, when they give you the direction from the hands of a proper diviner, when you follow that direction, you will definitely get to where you want to get to. So we have a Drew saying, I always watch your videos. Thank you very much, Drew. I'm very, very grateful. Then we have Kenneth Boer. Thomas is thank you, Papa. I'm grateful. Yes, Thomas. Thank you very much. And then we have Kenneth Boer saying, hello. Hello, Kenneth. How are you? Then Kenneth Boer said, please pick me. I don't understand. Are you making a call? If you are making some call to the number, then either I am my phone is not with me now because I am live. I cannot pick your call. But if you are calling on the app that we are using, then there's possibility that I can pick your call and you can ask a live question. Yeah. And then my own personal phone, even if it's ringing, I cannot pick it now because I am live. And Kenneth is making a thumbs up, and also he said, no, I sent a request. If the request is on, let me see. No, I sent a request. Okay. How do I pick the request here? I don't know. Is there anything to pick? No. Okay, so Kenneth, when you we see the request again and you want to say something, I will pick it up and then you can talk live on the program. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we have Drew saying, Daddy, please, I get attracted to water. What might the problem be? I don't know. I cannot tell. I don't want to sound like a pastor in the church who says that once you are attracted to water, you are a marine spirit or you have some marine spirit. We don't do that kind of sham kind of divination at our shrine. You know, there's a lot of people walking on the street. They don't know you from anywhere. They will meet you and tell you, oh, I saw something around you. We don't do those kind of things. So if you want to know why certain things are happening in your life, I always advise that you should make a divination. When you do a divination or consultation, you will surely know what is happening in your life. People will wake up and see you in the morning and say, God told me to tell you. So what did God tell them about themselves? That one they won't tell you. It's only you who God told them to tell you, you about. You know, all this kind of sham, tricky people are plenty there pretending to be spiritualists and all tips everywhere. Anyway, they are in their own world. It is their own karma. Let my karma be upon me. And then Drew was saying, okay, Daddy, thank you. I think that's what we got from what do you call it, TikTok so far. And yeah, we don't have much on this. So I think the soccer match is very interesting for us because we are here. We will wait and watch it after it has been played. Okay, then we have a big sister Oluchi also okay laughing. Maybe I said something there that made her laugh. Thank you, big sister. And then we have Abdella Osa is holding a heart in a hand. Thank you very much, Abdella. Please like those two things and let's move on. There's a mosquito going around wanting to bite me. There's a Charlotte panel entered the waiting room. So if Charlotte is there, so you can ask her if she wants to ask a question. I think we are not getting all the this. We are not getting all the what do you call it? The YouTube, TikTok questions on this because here somebody was asking where are you located, but I have not seen it on the main screen. Is it there? Yeah, okay. We have a Kobe Hayford Jr. saying, where are you located? We are located in Accra, Ghana, on the Spinters Road.
Please, Papa, there's a question on Zoom.
On Zoom. Please bring it up so that I can answer. This from Andrea Ifalomo. Okay, to everyone. Papa, many people believe that spirits communicate in ways that simply are not true. People fake possession and trance and then unwitting believe what is presented and will argue that what they have been told is true. it can be frustrating at times. Yes, Andrea, it is very, very frustrating when people are faking the movement of spirit and voices presumed to be the voice of some spirit. It's very frustrating. That's why I say real spirituality is very real. But a lot of people believe in the fake ones because it is the fake one looks super real. So anything that is too real to be true, know that it's a lie. Yeah, it's a lie. And but then the ordinary man get attracted to that. The ordinary man expects you that when you are a spiritualist and somebody does something bad to you, you should just say, hey, die, and then the person fall down and die. And then you are a great man, you have power. But that's not how it works all the time. It's very unfortunate that we have this kind of people, and with social media being not controlled by ourselves than the people who are the owners of the platforms. When I say platform, I'm talking about like TikTok is owned by China, Facebook by America, all other things by other countries. They themselves do not even know what is real and what is fake, so they put everything out there and they allow everything to be there. And that's all that I will say. The spirits will always present proof of what they are and say. You are very right, Andrea. I am 100% behind you. That is the truth. The spirits will always present proof of what they are and say what they want to say, not what people fake. Is there a question there? I said thank you, Papa, for educating us. Yes, thank you, Andrea. Thank you too very much. Big sister Oluchi, you were saying, mosquito, please don't bite Papa. Oh, please, Papa, laugh. Thank you, thank you. It's been trying to bite me, but I'm trying to kick it away, but it's not listening. But now it's gone. I didn't kill it, but I don't know where it has gone to. Yes, we have Mike Thomas say, hello, Papa. What was the elderly woman saying in your video? I had already, the mosquito came back. I had already said I didn't follow her, and actually I have not seen the the video myself. But I was in the shrine when the possession started, so they led her. She took the lead, and they followed her to what she wanted to show them. So what I know is that there is something that is buried in the house, and young people in the house are dying. There is one currently in the morgue that will be burying very soon. And when people were trying to find out what caused his death, they were saying that something is buried in the house. Some spiritual items have been buried in the house that is bringing the cause of death. So during this time, Darcy Aku was possessed, and she went there to show where the thing had been buried. So that's what you probably saw in the video. I did not really listen to the video, or I didn't even see the video, but I was there when the thing was happening, and she went to show the place. I didn't join them, but I apparently know what is going on. So I can't translate word to word what she is saying until when I see the video myself. and they always paid 5. They say, Papa, long time. Thank you very much. And then we have who, and I think it's all just people who are following and joining. Thank you all for following and also joining us. Check the other, what do you call it here? Check the other computer to see if something is hidden that we are not seeing. Okay, thank you. Where is Sarah? With Novinho? Okay, Novinho, tell them, pass the other side. Tell them to get me some water from the fridge. Is a coffee here too? Quiet. Okay. How is she? Okay, thank you. Oh, I go Mauga. My dog was a ton. Mauga Sopolisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga I said your tongue to your shrine. Absolutely. Everyone is welcome to my shrine. Whether you are a man, you are a woman, whether you are a straight person or you are a gay, whether you are disabled or you are physically okay. Everybody is welcome at my shrine. Oh, I go Mauga, my dog was a ton. Mauga Sopolisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga I said your tongue, I made your tongue. I said Nano Melo, I said the Nano Melo. Woman of baby, Doctor Baby. Woman of baby, maybe I know Doctor Baby, when I'm maybe I know woman of baby, you are sending me your Milwaukee. You should have for Russia, send me for Russia, but they do Braxas mayors, you are triple dog with that little in the poor. Who will vest or who will vest or who will vest or a cat, they all do Video, 2 father, to live. Video, and father, to live. Video, over some bodies at Pajama. Over calories at Pajana, you use. Video, as a bodies at Pajana, you use. Video, 2 father, to live. Video, and father, to live. Video, over calories at Pajana, you use. Over Calionis Agbajana Mijo, Asafonis Agbajana Mijo, 2 father, Matolibi, Mijo, a hair father, Matolibi, Mijo, over Safonis Agbajana this year. Oh, I go, my go. E ko bi ran ke ja chi fafa na mi lo. E me yo kaka yo re wo jo pata joma. Afa kama bo le mo je chi mo bo le do me gbe ni. Kokoro ko ato le fafa me jo gbe ni o ye be jo gbe ni to ya mo mo ju o to. Ani kwa ne pe be yin. O le pe me gbe to ba jo. Tu so pe wo me no te pe le ka jo pata be ye le. Afi e jo fon ba jo. Enye ni jo pata o pe fi alo. Jo pata. Metro na me gbe da mo lo. Abi fa gbe wi le ni. Jo pata ne no anyi. Ati ni ajo lo. Jo pata. Meyo. Yin na te pe meyo. Wa me se me bo ji ni. Ogboju ko do ja ko. Valenti ba fa melo. Ba lo jo na pe fu. Agosa pa te meyo. Ati gele meyo. Kuro ku meyo ati te la afia. Ye meyo ma ga sese geja. Pa sese. Sese ta wa geje. Aha na. Meyo brahini, meyo kokochi, meyo ngbe, meyo foli, bo foli, foli koko, mo de ke, go mi ko do. Uche kuma kom la ga to gbe nyo pete. E ba ko ja ti fa fa. Ko to me na fa na mi lo. Na do mo na fa na ke ba ko le video mi lo se. E meyo Tony Kosipoku akubia yo na nya akoso akoku foni ko keje. Tasi nya amosi fosi, dem koso abra ko bra mama nya ko dwe mba to nya ko kofi akubia mensa. Ja chi na mi lo. Meyo dori e boy be peku no ba ka. Uche go ja chi fa fa kuto me na fa na mi ko ko le me na do me fa na. Meyo ko nya Celestine ya wa kubia Katrina akubia ko nya sese ko do foni ya obe akubia. Kuto me na fa na mi sia. Na do bo na fa na mi lo. Meyo akubia that way kuto me na fa na mi lo. Yo Cecilia akpene e ka ke mensa kuto me na fa na mi sia. Meyo awulo tuji. Oko Kini, that's a separate. Aprazo, you are a good woman. She never got a fish so far. At Bovi, Zilebu, to my finals. I am a young Bokor, a fata, a jogger, Alcondo. Chifafana, to my family. Yo, Ababe, Tommy, and I need to let Chita, Tommy Abraham, to let Chamley. Yo, Tommy Manse. Meyo no ho le fatpo yo no ho le pe afeka to bia ma se kuto me fa na mi meyo to be fiato si mo kabi fiato abejira si abotime ya chi fa na kuto me fa na mi meyo Daniel de vie pamare keke agbaro le na to to be no mama no ya be mistake be you pa me na you know ko be ko anye kwasi to chirembe mafu na te be be ko no bi le ta ya be le ya to be o ya me ko ne ya segbe ni akokbe ko yi na to be o do ya bi mauli be yo ame abe to gbenye Kosipoku akubia be yo itogbe ame abe Albert Kosipoku akubia ja chifafana me yo mama nye Mary akoso akọ yo Mary akoso aboku ja chifafana no ga togbe le no paji Geoffrey Baji yo itogbe le no paji Geoffrey Baji me yo mama nye aku Justine so igbe bonodi yo mama aku Justine so igbe bonodi ekuto me ne fana mi lo mi na ko me fana igbe no view no lo
Meyo Togbenye Lawrence Kofi Ameto
comme la John Obla yo itogbe Lawrence Kofi Ameto Obla
Meyo Mama Nye Tobi Ankusi Ka
yo mama Tobi Ankusi Ka ma ko ja chi fa fa
Meyo Toganye Gerhard Trevi Yoboa
yo itoga Gerhard Obla Ameto Obla Trevi Yoboa ma ko ja chi fa fa kuto me fa na mi
Meyo Victor Ameto Obla
yo ama be Victor Ameto itoga Victor Ameto Obla be ja chi fa fa na
Meyo Zolain
yo amere abe Zolain ma ko ja chi fa fa
Meyo Togbenye Nokpaji Joseph Kosi Tonde
yo itogbe le Nokpaji Joseph Kosi Tonde ma ko ja chi fa fa
Meyo Amabe Mama Nye Comfort Hanyo Yovoga
yo mama Comfort Hanyo Yovuga modu ameboga amekpo Yovuga ekpe ko ja chi fa fa kuto me fa na Manase kefa be yo amabe yo ito amabe manase folikoko ne makɔgya chifafa
Kɔsɔa, Folikɔkɔ,
iyɔ jamkɔsɔa folikɔkɔ ne makɔgya chifafa
Boblisa,
iyɔ amabe boblisa ne makɔgya chifafa
Oyo Asekle,
iyɔ asekle ne makɔgya chifafa
Oyo Ampusi,
iyɔ ankusi akatɔ ne makɔgya chifafa
Oyo Kado Akatɔ,
iyɔ carolina akatɔ ne makɔgya
Oyo
chifafa
Azagunɔ,
iyɔ itɔgbe asagunɔ ne makɔgya chifafa tome ne fana mi gbogbo de mi ana gbogbo ne fana yi o ikple yi vi o kple yi nɔvi ne yɔ nɔsia yabi ame abe john kɔ otu junior ebe yi yɔ ame abe yi yɔ itɔ ame abe kɔsi otu senior ne ba xɔ dzati fafa ebe yi yɔ ame abe teacher otu ne ba xɔ dzati fafa
Kofi Kranka,
ebe yi yɔ kofi kranka ne ba xɔ dzati fafa
Afra Mpɔfoɔ,
yi yɔ ame yi yɔ afi. Let me go and read. Mike Thomas is saying, Papa, when someone is initiated into a particular voodoo, do they start to hear the voodoo in the mind, or must they go through other process to hear that voodoo? I cannot really say, because when you are initiated into voodoo, it also depends on what level of spirituality you yourself you are before coming to get initiation into a particular voodoo. If you are someone who is just coming as a new person who does not have any psychic training, psychic ability training, or extrasensory perceptive abilities naturally, it is not that very easy for you to start hearing the voodoo the moment you are initiated. But if you continue your training after initiation and continue paying attention to details, you can hear the voodoo communication or messages to you. You see, voodoo speaks in such a way or communicate with you in such a way that is very, 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 very fine. It's in a very, very fine tune. So when you as a person, you are not properly tuned into nature, it is very hard for you to pick the information because it will come and pass, and to you it will just look as if you are just imagining things, or you are it's just a thought that crosses your mind. But as you continue in your practice, you begin to separate the unnecessary thoughts that come into your mind from the ones that are being directed by voodoo to you. You'll be able to shift through them. And the more you do this, the better your perception abilities become, or the sharper your perceptive abilities become. So you will think about someone, and before you know, the person is calling your phone. Or somebody's name may come in your thought, and before you know, the person is knocking at your gate. Or you will look at something and say, oh, the moment your attention is directed to the what the spirit wants you to see, when you turn your eyes towards there or your mind towards that thing, something happens. Then you will begin to know that the spirit is communicating with you so fine, a very thin, in such a way that most people who are not properly trained cannot even know when the voodoo is saying anything. So not everybody can hear immediately, but some people could start from the very beginning. But what we know is that there are so many different initiations in the world. The African Magic Temple, we do voodoo initiations, and we also do Afa initiation in collaboration with some other shrines who will come and as sisters, because there are certain things that
one person cannot do. You need to get a team to do it. But when we initiate people into the three voodoos of the African Magic Temple, we expect to see, especially when the three are together initiated, we expect to see physical action between the voodoo or the spirit world and the person we are initiating. And that is when we put all the three together, we initiate you into the three the same day. Usually, that's the case. But then there are even some people we initiated them into all the three voodoo, but they don't even feel anything. But as they continue practicing with what we taught them, things start happening. There were people even we initiated, and because we were not having time to invoke spirits to come around them, they went into their own homes, and when they started practicing, they get the physical actions, the interaction from the spirit world that interacted with them in their own privacy, not at the shrine, not at any church or whatever. So everybody is different. We are not all the same. But when you start practicing after initiation, slowly, slowly, you will get into it, and you will know. And you can see and you can hear. And then we have Benny Muswani in South Africa. I say, I hope it is just a mosquito, not Ajay. Can you tell us why every people call witches Ajay? I don't know why every people call witches Ajay, but it is our every language, just like white man call these entities witch. And I believe very strongly in your own language too, there's a name for witches. So for me, I grew up in my language to know the word Ajay, that it represents witch. Just like Avu represents dog in my language. When we say Avu, we are talking about dog. So when and if they say Ajay, they are talking about witches. But why my people call Ajay witches Ajay, I don't know. I just know that the name of a witch in my language is called Ajay. So we've already passed that one already.
Oh, I go Mauga, my dog was a tom. Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga, I said your tom, I made your tom. I said, I know Melo, said then I know me. I'm on a baby, Doctor Baby. I'm on a baby, maybe I know Doctor Baby, when I'm maybe I know I'm on a baby, you're sending me your own. You're saying half rush or semi for rush of a day. Abraxas, mayors, you triple dog with that little even no one. Who will vest or top, who will vest or top, who will vest on a cat, the young dog. Your Mauga Sobolisa, Mauga Kitikata, Mauga say your top, I mean your top. Send none one, also tell none one over the baby, Doctor Baby. I'm going to be baby and Doctor Baby, we're Doctor Baby, maybe a woman. You are sending my young dog. We are showing half for us, we say before I should get dog. We are Braxis, Braxis, in your feet, we go dog with that little way. Who was the son of the son of the son of the Mayo miano zoje ayi usoka katika zikoja gremia la fama nyabo na kia na wajuru kama mayo rake wenye ingba manje floro for pa ingba manje wa dikao nyabu na manje kule
that is Zoe on Clubhouse. I don't know why should every Bokor or a Bokor face.
Ayo mauga sobolisa, mauga kitikata, mauga se joto, amenjoto, se na no amelo so te na no no na ko vita kuna bebi. Abana vibe bia no kuna bebi ugwe no kuna bebi bia no na bebi se ni mayo amado. Ayo sheme hafura she se before she look at that. Ya braxis.
Problems in life. And it is your own wisdom and wit that will teach you how to get out of these problems. So it is not something that because you are Bokor, you have to face problems. We all face problems in life. And to be able to overcome the problem is why people go to Bokor to find out what is happening to them and what they should do to overcome their challenges. So I don't know that because every Bokor faces a problem from the spiritual world, that's why people are not interested. People are not interested because one, they cannot follow rules and regulations. We are all human beings, we make mistakes. And when you make a mistake, the reaction of your actions will come to you. It doesn't go to anybody. And there is no thing like you go and tell a priest that, oh, please forgive me. And God here, priest will not tell God that, oh, this man has wronged Sijobe, but he has come to me to forgive him, so forgive him. What about Sijobe that you have wronged? What will God do for that one? What will the priest go and do for that person? So when a Bokor faces or say end up facing serious problems, that I don't think so. Unless you don't live your life very well, then such things will happen. But if you live your life very well, I believe strongly that there will be no serious consequences. So Zoe, I don't know, but I don't think it is so. We are human beings. Bokors are also human beings like anybody because you were first a normal human being before you get initiated into Afa and you are being called Bokor. That does not mean because you are initiated into Afa, you don't have your human mind anymore. It doesn't, when you are initiated into Afa and they are calling you a Bokor, does not mean you are no more a human being. You are still a human being. It's only that you have been elevated spiritually among other people. Your status has changed, but your human self is still you. Your inner self is still you. Your mind is still your mind. But you have now been given some training and guidelines to follow. But if you don't follow those guidelines and things go against you or go wrong in your life, you don't blame the fact that because you are Bokor, that's why such things are happening. We are all human beings after all. We are not gods and we are not spirits. Bokors are not gods and they are not spirits. They are just people who have chosen to be the messengers between the gods and human beings. They are not spirits and they are not gods. Thank you. And then we have Ifabu Komi. Say, can I ask a question? I think that's 21 minutes ago. So go ahead, Ifabu Komi, if you want to ask a question. Please go ahead. Okay, we have Baba Edward Craig saying Ella Cello Papa and all here. Thank you very much, Baba Craig. How have you been? How is your family? My regards to everybody in Puerto Rico. Thank you very much. And then we have Bolaji Ali say greetings, Papa. good to see you today. Thank you very much, Balaji, and good to see you too. I'm very grateful that you joined the program. Thank you. I thought that Ifabukumi is not here on the clubhouse because she had asked the question about 23 minutes ago. So she's gone. Okay. Okay, play this is, let me call, play the video small so I can make a call to.
Ayo mauga sobolisa, mauga kitikata, mauga se joto, amenjoto, se na no amelo se te na no no na ko vita kina bebi. Abana vi bebi anu ko na bebi e no ko bebi bebi anu ko na bebi e se ni mayo ma do. Ayo she me ha for she se before she ko kenta ko ya praxis. Praxis ni osi anu ko do ko ta de to we ko o wo se so don ta ko ma ko. Mayo mia no zoje ayi kusoka katika zuko ya gremia la fama nyako na kia na wajuru kama mayo rake wenye ingba ma joflo fo pa ingba mo twadi ka onya bu na ke kulo ku peteka o mayo akan bechu akan ono akan chebo akan subo akan provo akan mani akan fia akan na da ba to ke akan beli pa me ba haja do la ko na ke fito na subo ko do mayo mi da ogba bo ka po ko za ku me ko do yora ke wo jo mata jo maku fo ka me vol mo je chimo ko fu do me bere ko ko to fo ma jo ko do ke me ko do ya Toba de tous hommes au gouvernement de préparer le matériel et les actes du monde de rien sur pas de pata. Notre homme de damolo, fagbelie, ajolo. Okay, so we are back to TikTok and everywhere. So I think on Clubhouse we have is it Clubhouse or Zoom? On Zoom, we have a question coming from Charlotte Panel to everyone. Say, good morning, teacher. Is the best time for a reading at the beginning of the year? Not necessarily. Any time is the best time for a reading. You do a reading when you want to know about things that are not easily known by human beings, or when the human senses cannot comprehend it easily. Those are the things that you want to know. So it is not necessarily that it is only in the beginning of the year or at the end of the year or middle of the year. Anytime that you are confronted with challenges and you are confused and you don't know where to go, when you are at a crossroad in your life, that is the best time to do a reading. So it is not necessarily that at the beginning of the year you do a reading. However, those of us have been doing our spiritual work and doing other things, even whether you are doing spiritual work or not. If you have not been doing reading at all to know what's happening in your life, it is good that in the beginning of every year, you will ask the spirit world to tell you what is in the new year for you, how you can walk in the new year to be able to overcome the challenges, or even to know what kind of challenges will be coming to you in the new year and how to overcome them. So at the beginning of the year, most people would do that, but it is not because it is at the beginning of the year, then that's the best time. Every time is the best time. As long as you are at a crossroad in your life, you can always do a reading to find out what to do about it. And then Andrea Ifalomo is saying, have a good weekend, Papa and AMT. Thank you very much, Andrea.
think Kwesi has joined us now, so we can bring him up and give him a chance to talk.
Hello, Papa.
Hello, Kwesi, how are you?
I'm doing very well. How about you?
We are also fine.
We thank God. We thank God that you're doing well.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you too. Thank you too for your patience in everything. I'm very grateful.
No, Papa, your health is of the highest priority to me right now. So long as you're doing well, that's the most important thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. You have
I've been listening on Zoom, but on Clubhouse, but
yeah.
I started a bit late, so I think I'll go back and listen from the beginning, because you were saying something interesting,
Okay.
something interesting about how people are not interested in voodoo practices. Well, the young people they are not very interested in voodoo practices these days.
Yes, Akwasi, you see, what the problem is, as I said it in earlier, because of our society and our status in society, we try as much as possible to hide what our real feelings are and what we should really be doing. So a lot of people know that voodoo or their traditional spirituality is good for them, but because of the negative, what will I say, negative image attached to African traditional spirituality by religious people, especially Christianity, that has condemned our ways of worshiping God to be evil. Most of us were brought from Christian homes, and having that background and knowing that anything that comes from our own culture is evil, when we grow up to realize that it is not so, even though we would want to practice it, but we want to practice it in secrecy so that nobody knows that we are associated with our own tradition.
Yes.
Meanwhile, other cultures are so proud of their tradition that we want to join them to celebrate their tradition than to celebrate our own tradition. You know, a Ghanaian will be very proud to tell you, will be so proud to tell you, I am a Hindu, or I am a Buddhist, or I am practicing what is this? Sheki or Reiki. I'm practicing Reiki. Or a Ghanaian or an African will be so happy to tell you he is a black Hebrew. Is it black Jews? They call them. I'm a black Jew, and Hebrew Israelite. I am a Hebrew Israelite, and they can be everything. They are Shinto, or they are practicing Namyo, Ringgyo, what do you call this? This Japanese group, Suganakai, and all kind of other tradition. We are so proud to associate and affiliate with them because one, they are foreign, so they are okay. And everything that is ours, we are so much afraid to be associated to it. So if your parents themselves are afraid of something, how you, the child or children, can openly say that we want to associate with it? That's why a lot of young people are running away from tradition. I have sat here many times and I have seen people come to the shrine to need help. And most of the time, people who will come to my shrine and ask you to revenge or attack somebody or kill somebody or do something bad to another person, 99.9% are Christians.
Interesting. Interesting.
Because Christianity is kind of based on revenge. Every time they are killing their enemy, every time they are doing something to attack, if they are not praying to attack their enemy, then they are using cutlasses to cut him down, or they are using canes to whip them. What kind of religion should always be built on vengeance? So, so people who come to the shrine, Christians, they think that the Jesus Christ is no more powerful to quickly help them to attack their enemies. So they come to the devil because their belief is that the African tradition is devil. So the devil is faster than Jesus. How come the devil can be faster than God? That question they don't ask themselves. God, who is the creator of the devil, and the devil becomes faster than God. How? It is not possible. But the truth in it is that what they are calling God does not exist. They are just living an illusionary life and deceiving themselves and deceiving other people. So when they realize that when reality itself sets in, they cannot find answers and solutions, then they run to the shrine.
Uh,
It's a pity. It's a pity. So when young people are no more interested in this tradition, you will only see them getting interest when it has to do something like getting quick money.
yeah.
Then,
Okay.
then everybody say, I am a cultist. I want to belong to a cult group. Not because they want to learn anything, but they are thinking that maybe going into a traditional thing, traditional spirituality, you are going to get rich. You have power to attack your enemies. You have power over other people. You have power to acquire wealth. These are all not realities of traditional spirituality. Those are just actors, movie, drama that created those images in the minds of people, especially in our African movies. We are the ones who are denigrating our own tradition in such a way that our children will always not love our tradition, and there is no way they can come back to it. That's why I was answering saying that the only solution to it is that you have to train your children from childhood in what you believe, what your faith is, what your reality is, and then alone you can keep the tradition within your family. Otherwise, you wait for them to grow, you will never be able to change them because society has already changed them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's what's been happening. That's why we've got people that are still practicing the African traditional spirituality.
Yes.
Because if people had not been training their children from generation to generation, um, thinking by now everything would have been gone.
You are very right, Kwesi. You are very, very right. It is those who have taken the bold step to teach their children, even though there are all the odds that society will reject and be against them and their children. Some are very stubborn and believe that our tradition is more clearer than foreign tradition. They held on to it and they went on to train their children, and their children are the ones teaching people today.
Yes, yes. And again, thank you for impacting that onto us who are beginning to realize that we are being messed and we are going the I don't want to say the wrong way, but going back to our roots
That's right. Thank you very much, Akwesi, for the question and also uh, to make me put more clarity on it. Thank you very much.
yes, Papa. Sorry, I have one question I have been thinking about. Um, So it's got to do with the making of essay
Mm-hmm.
or the removing of essay point.
Okay.
You see, you never think there's a good side and a bad side to it.
Yes, sure.
So, for example, with the making of positive essay,
Mm-hmm.
you're doing a positive thing. But I think with I don't want to see the negative side, but maybe the other side of the spectrum is, let's say, I think some time ago you were making an example that if it breaks, maybe if the neck breaks or something, the person will feel it.
Mm.
So,
Mm.
so in that sense, can we say that's a negative side to doing a positive essay?
No, you can't call it the negative side of doing a positive essay.
Right. Yeah, I didn't want to use the word negative, but I can't think
Yes,
of
you
the
don't
best
have.
word.
There is no better word to use than negative. What it means is that the reason why your essay, when it breaks or cracks, you, the physical being, will also feel some changes in your physical body, is because your essay represents you and you represent your essay. Most often, people do not travel with their essay from one end to another.
Right.
So when your essay is in your room, or you create a space for your essay and you place it there, unless of course somebody comes and breaks it or touch it before it will either crack or have some physical thing to attack it. So it's only because of this modern time that uh, we are all not living in the same geographical zone. I live in Africa, and you live in Europe. Some people live in America. Some people live in Japan. So to make a sale for a person, the person needs to be physically and practically present. A sale cannot be done in absentia. And
Yes.
the same thing is with a seven. It also cannot be removed in absentia. So when people come and a say is made for them and they need to travel with it because of the shaking of the luggage and all these things, it may have that crack. And then if you don't look at it quickly and that stays for long, then it will start affecting you. But the moment you look at it and you saw that it is cracked, you have to fix it, and that thing of whether your neck or your leg or this thing would not have come. But because the cell is closed, so if you don't remove the clothing, you may not know whether it is cracked or it's not cracked, especially after traveling with it. And that's why it is advisable that if you want to travel with it, you pack it properly in such a way that even if it is shaking, it will not crack. But if under any circumstance, somehow there is some movement to happen because your luggage is being thrown at the airport and packed from one place to another. Meanwhile, you have a very important thing in it. So this is the problem. But the good thing is you have your essay and you set it up. Let it be in your room, wherever you are in the world. You can still invoke your essay, and your essay will work for you. You don't
Right.
necessarily have to keep it with you whenever you are traveling. It is still
Right.
there, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just want to ask another question
Yes.
on the based on the other side of the spectrum, with the negative essay.
Come again.
Uh, so with the negative essay, I just want to ask another question based
Yes.
on
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
So with the negative essay,
Mhm.
you're thinking when
Mhm.
you remove the negative essay, that's let's say a positive one. Is
Mhm.
there like and I don't know, I don't use negative again, but
You
that's
want to know whether there's a side effect?
yes. Maybe for removing the negative essay as well.
No, for the reason why you remove the negative essay is because it is disturbing your positive essay.
Right.
So when you are dirty and you go and take shower and cleanse yourself of the mud or the dirt, is there any negative thing in that?
I wouldn't say so.
No, there is no negative thing in removing negative essay because you are just trying to purify yourself by removing negativity or that which attracts negativity into your positivity. You are trying to close that door so that
Right.
that doesn't. So there is no negative effect when a savor is removed. Rather, it brings you positive results.
Right.
However, when you go to a person who does not really know about the set and probably had only seen people doing it but without undergoing the training how to do it, and if such a person makes a say for you or remove a negative say for you because they don't know the process, they may be making mistake and then it will backfire to you because negative essay is so real that when we are doing it, we used to ask children to go and inside the room. They don't come out unless that child is the one that they are removing the negative essay for. So children of certain age, we don't accept them to come unless, of course, if they have been initiated into some other things already, then they have some protection against them. Otherwise, the negative essay will run from the candidate or the initiate who you are removing it from and enter into another person or add up to whatever is already in another person, and it will double the person's problem.
I see.
It is so real that you'll be surprised that when it is done and you are watching the person over some time, you will be amazed that, oh, this was only what was done and this person's life has changed even before even setting up the positive essay.
I see. Right. Thank you so much for this clarification.
You are welcome, Kwasi. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think I saw Baba Craig on Zoom, but I think he waited, and he wanted to speak, but he couldn't get a chance. But anyway, when he comes again, please let him let him speak. Okay, so we go back to Facebook, and on Facebook, Mike Thomas was asking, "Hello, Papa. Are priests required to be buried in special ways or with special ritual when they pass away?" Yes, every voodoo group in every land has got their norms and taboos that when you belong to a Yeve group, or if you are a practitioner of Yeve and you are initiated into Yeve, when you die, there are certain things that have to be done for you, your dead body, before they bury you or dispose of the body. When you are a Bokor and when you die too, there are certain rituals and vosas, ceremonies, rites that have to be done for you before you are buried. So depending on what you are initiated into, they will give you the rules and regulation when you are initiated or even before you be initiated. But the belief that they will remove some body parts of you or other things before burying you are all lies. It doesn't do that. It's not like that. And also, it is not people sometimes believe that certain group of people, when they die, they put their face into the coffin instead of putting their face up. All those things are just stories to just scare people. It is not true. They bury you the normal way, like anybody else is being buried, but there will be some vosa and some ceremonies that will be done for your dead physical body, the corpse, in the sense that they are doing those things to the spirit so that your spirit will get a proper way to move to the ancestors and also have an opportunity. If you are coming back again into the physical world again, you will also still have an opportunity to continue from where you left off. Those are the rituals that are usually done for people. And no, go. I have not finished that question. And Mike Thomas went on to say, and what happens if this is not observed, if they did not have children or others to do it properly? I don't know what happens, but usually it is not your children who are going to do it for you. If you are a priest and everybody knows you are a priest, other priests of that same discipline would know that you belong to them because you will definitely be associating with them when you were alive. So when you pass on, those priests will gather together to send you into the ancestral world. So there is nothing to say that because you don't have children, so it is not going to be done. Because while you are alive, if you have declared yourself that you are one of them, you would have been associating with them. And definitely, when your end comes, even if there will be nobody, the group will devote themselves and send you to your ancestors. Because if they deny you, it will be their karma in the sense that you are no more alive, so you don't have a choice. They are living. They will also die one day. As you do it for one, you do it for all. So definitely they will take responsibility. But when my old man died, my teacher, Tobe Tuji, when he was about to die, he told us that when he died, because we all were watching him, he knew he was going, we all knew he would be going. But then he was still strong at the time, and he told us that when he died, we should not perform any extra vorsas, rites, ceremonies, rituals, call it whatever you like, for him when he died. We should just bury him like how they bury everyone else. He told that to us. So when he died, we just follow his directions and bury him. That's all. So it depends on the priest. Some priests will say, "Oh, don't do anything for me. I am okay," because he has a very strong confidence in himself that he can get to his ancestral world without us even doing any rituals. So, and that is it. We bury him, and since then nothing has happened. Everybody is still safe now after 13 years of burial. We are okay. Then Mike Thomas went on and said, "Papa, as a Voodoo priest who lived many years in Japan, the birthplace of Reiki, what is your honest opinion on Reiki reading? I have never practiced Reiki, whereby I'm going to know what the effect of Reiki is. I live in Japan, but I have never practiced Reiki. So I cannot talk about Reiki. I know the name Reiki, but I've never practiced Reiki. And Buddhism, I only touched the surface. I didn't really go deep to become a Buddhist because for me, I look at Buddhism as an offspring of Hinduism. So since I was a Hindu priest, I don't need to become a Buddhist monk or go into Buddhism deep to understand. But the Reiki, I don't really know it. I know the name. They say Reiki, this, but I've never practiced it before. And honestly speaking, I've never come in a very close contact with anybody who was practicing Reiki. So I can't really talk about it. Somebody should come and the monitor will be going off. Then we have Big Sister Oluchi also walking. He said, "That is true, Papa. Christians love to revenge. They want to kill Satan, demon, and also want to do same to human, same to humans also. And now they are all coming into tradition to do the same thing, destroying name of tradition, peace and love. You are very right, big sister. You're very, very true. The same people living Christianity and coming back into traditional spirituality are the very people who are always thinking that they want to use traditional spirituality to attack others. Yesterday, there was some guy who we were doing a ritual for, and he asked me a question that what will I do to a nurse at the hospital who, when it wanted to injected you very painfully, and to such a person, to such a nurse, what do I think should be done? And I told him that me, I don't know about revenge. I don't revenge at my shrine. There may be shrines who may be special in revenging, but at my shrine, I don't. And the question is that if a nurse by mistake at the hospital is trying to inject you and you feel pain, do you need to kill her? I mean, what can bring that into your mind? What kind of revenge do you want to take on a nurse who accidentally or knowingly did that? If you did not go to the hospital and the nurse is going to take care of you, you and the nurse wouldn't have met. But the nurse was doing what she has to do in order to save your life. And now, because you felt pain or certain things happen, you feel like you want to revenge. And I warned him that we don't live our life like that, to revenge on everything. So, a lot of people coming from Christian background, coming back to tradition, carry that kind of revenge or vengeance nature of Christianity and bringing it into traditional spirituality, which in reality was not existing. Voodoo is a two-edged sword. It cuts both ways. So when dealing with it, you have to deal with it with care. Otherwise, you will be labeled a very wicked person and your karma will be very heavy on your head. Mike Thomas went on to say, Papa, the way you describe uh, negative essay as running to a child present, it is like the negative essay is a totally separate entity from the positive. No, negative essay is not totally separate from the positive. Everything in life, there is positive and there is a negative to it. Even day, light, is the positive of night, darkness. In the night, a lot of people are scared. That's why we go to our rooms, we lock our doors and we lock our gates. And sometimes we even get securities to be guiding us at night to sleep. Is it not? So are we going to say that night is totally different from day? They only complement each other. So as long as there is day, there is also night, you should know. So there are certain things you can do in the daytime, but you can't do at night. At night, you can go to your bathroom and walk naked from your bathroom into your bedroom because you assume that nobody is seeing you. But daytime, you can't do that because you know that you also assume that people are watching you. So when we talk about negative, let's say the spirit running and jumping into a child who will be present, who is not having a very strong essay or spiritual protection against it, does not mean that the negative essay is totally something different. They all complement each other. But if the negative essay in your life is stronger than your positive essay, that is when good things don't happen to you. That's why you have to separate it from the good one or kind of align them so that they balance each other. That is what we are talking about, a seven and a se. Mike Thomas went on to say, if so, does that mean there are so There are some people who misuse the negative essay to do harm to others. No, I didn't say so anywhere. I never said so anywhere. I never said that you can control your negative essay and use it to harm people. That is not my teaching. Please, I have never ever said so. Spirit is spirit. You don't see it with your eyes. So when you are trying to push it away, it is not happy to go away because that's where it has been from the beginning of the person's life. But here you are trying to change its position, it has to react. That's why we say that children that are not strong or of certain age cannot be at the present when they are removing negative essay unless the child is the one that they are removing the negative essay for. So it has nothing to do saying people will use negative essay and attack people. I never thought such a thing anyway. Okay, then the question is not finished. And then, like people who misuse spirit at Zogbe, no, it is not the same. Jogbe people are dead people, people who were alive and died traumatic death. It was not their actual time to die according to every culture or every cosmology. These people, their spirit is still alive while their body is buried. And that's why people can use them because people who know how to command energies and spirit well can now summon this Jumbesi or Jumbediel, as we will call it in our traditional area where I come from, Bedome. Jumbediel, Amechi, Egumeo, Evukuao, Kakuao, Pemeo. Zango is the spirit that controls them. So this Kakuao, Pemeo, Vukuao, these are people who die traumatic death. So these are the ones that are summoned to attack people, as in what Togo people call Zobe. We in Bedouin, we don't call it Zobe, we call it Jobe, not Zobe. It is Jobe in our Ebe dialect, Jobe. That means there will be a D in front of the Z. So I don't know why Togo people remove the D and everything becomes Zoka. It is called Joka, Jobe. So I don't know where the D has gone to and everything becomes so. We don't call Juju a so. We call it a Jo. So that's the Ewe dialect. So Jogbedeo or Jogbesio or Bukwao, Kakwa, Pemio, Hobao, Bewao, those people who died traumatic deaths were human beings who were living actively like you and I, and all of a sudden, through some accident, they just are gone. So their spirits are now looking for their physical body and realize that their physical body cannot contain them anymore. So those spirits are active within us. They are the people the white man called the living dead. They are dead, but they are still living among us. So people who know their secret to command them, you can command them and send them to do good and also to do bad. It's not that the people send them only to do bad, they also do good things. Like my Akanyi here is controlling such energies. And Akanyi, I have not sent Akanyi to be doing evil. I have always sent it to do good things. And he summoned and mobilized these forces to do good things, to save a situation that is getting out of hand. So it is not that people from Jobe are only used to do bad things. People who teach like this, they don't know what they are talking about. And then we have Big Oluchi, Big Sister Oluchi also, okay, who was laughing with what I had said earlier, that I don't practice Reiki. And I don't know. Okay, I think we are done with that part also. And let's go on to TikTok. If there's any questions there. Hello, Olive Hammond. Nakokwe, how are you? It's been a long, 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 long time. Call me. Say, hello, daddy, please. Is it good to pour libation? Yes, it is good to pour libation. It is good to honor your ancestors, your fathers, your mothers, your grandfathers, your great grandfathers. It is good to uh, uh, pay homage to their memory. And then again, Akokoe or Olive Hammond 3 is a can libation protect you without any concussion? What are you going to use for the libation if you don't have any concussion? The concussion pouring or the liquid pouring is what is called libation pouring. And when you say concussion, I don't know exactly what you mean. You don't need anything. You need water. You need some spirit to pour. That is what is used in pouring libation. We don't prepare any concoction to pour libation with. It is just plain drink and water when you don't use alcohol. So libation pouring, what it does for you is that you are invoking the presence of your ancestors to be with you and to protect you. But there are so many more things to do than just the pouring of libation. It is a very good thing. You can start doing that. And then if you are still having some challenges, then you do a reading to find out from your ancestors what they want you to do so that they can listen to your voice. Okay, hear you very clear. Okay, go up, let's see. We have a minister from Kwasi Ansem. Say, Papa, please, are you in Ghana at the moment? Yes, Mr. Minister, I am in Ghana. So, say, yes, I am in Ghana. And then we have Olive Hammond again. Say, hello, Daddy, please. Trust me, you are the best out of the best. Thank you very much, Nana Coco. I'm very grateful. And then we have you are you are very good. Stay blessed. Thank you, my dear. I'm very grateful. Thank you. And then we have One Haro. Say hello, hello, One Haro. Then we have Nanaya. Say hello, Papa. Hello, Nanaya. How are you? Thank you all for joining the section. And then we have, please, we have Emmanuel 94263. Say, please, say, where are you located? We are located in Ghana, Accra, on the Spinters Road, African Magic Temple on the internet. You will find us. And then we have a for the Lali. Says, please, what is the meaning of Atichugbi? Atichugbi is an Ewe name, and it's a Ewe family name. So if we want to break it down, Ati is a tree. Ati is a tree, and Cho is to cut down. So Atichogbi can mean that the day that a tree is cut down. In my area, we will not call it Atichogbi, but we will call it Atichogbe. But then in the Anglo dialect, it will be Bi. Just like we will call Togbi, and Anglo say Togbi. So if it is an Evedome name, we will probably be saying Atichogbe. But then Anglo will say Atichogbi. So that's basically what it means, the day that a tree is cut down in Evid. Then we have Kofi Opegu who say, I'm learning a lot, Daddy. Thank you very much, Kofi. The Minister of Nkwansia said, please, where precisely? We are on the Spinters Road. on the spin test road. So when you Google African Magic Temple, when you Google it, you will find our place. When you Google African Magic Temple, you will find our place. Then we have Emmanuel 94263 say, can you work on my client? No, I am not a thief and I don't work on clients. I'm not a scammer and I don't help people to scam others. If you are a good person and you want to work with a client and the client can trust you, you can work with them well. You don't need to be selling sand and tell your client that you are selling gold and you need spiritual help so that your client can believe that you are a gold dealer. No, no, no. That's not the work African Magic Temple does. There are so many other spiritualists on the internet who do such things, but not my shrine. I'm sorry. Then Fodelari said, okay, Papa, that's very much from Kliko here, wanted to know the meaning of my name. Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Fodelari. Thank you. Then we have Jikam Lomnaba Banku. Oh, okay, it just joined. Lomnaba Banku. Okay, I think we are done on all the platforms. And it is 6:19 here. Daniel, okay, Dan. Yes, you can ask Dan if he wants to ask any question.
Oh, hi, Papa. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure, Dan, I can hear you.
Yes. So a few weeks ago, I asked you about, I think it was leaving offerings at the crossroads, and you told me about sometimes witches and some people don't have legba.
Yes.
I don't know. I just automatically assumed that everyone had legba. Can you talk about that concept of people not having legba and what they do for that? Because I find that very interesting.
Okay, Daniel. Yes, leg bar is usually made for people who are initiated into Afa. So when you are initiated into Afa, your Bokor can choose to make a leg bar for you, or if you request your Bokor to make a leg bar for you, then your a Bokor means your path master who initiated you into Afa. So your Bokor will make a leg bar for you. Either they make a movable leg bar that you can travel from one place to another with it, or they will come and make the leg bar in front of your gate. Okay, there are people who do not have Afa, but they have leg bar. There is also Joker or Voodoo leg bar, where a particular voodoo that you are initiated into may have a leg bar to go alongside it. And the herbs and the things that will go into that leg bar are sometimes totally different from the things that will go into Afa leg bar. So people who go to market and buy some doll and they call it leg bar, most of them are just deceiving themselves. Because you can't make leg bar and sell it in the shop. Leg bar has to be made with herbs. And leg bar is not baked in an oven, whereby somebody will bake some clay and just put some cowrie on the ice and you call it leg bar and you are pouring libation to it. It is like pouring water over an ordinary stone thinking that it will sink into it. Those things are not called leg bar, but it is very popular in the diaspora where people go to shops and buy something and come and call it leg bar. And then some even start deceiving themselves that they saw Baba leg bar walking into their door. You have not been initiated into Afa. How come a leg bar is walking to your door? Or just because you buy something from a shop and you think that they call it leg bar, so it's leg bar. No, it is not. Leg bar has to be set with herbs. Mind you, the Aves say that ama yenye. God is seen in the form of herbs. In other words, nature is God, and God is nature. There is no man hiding behind the sky, as we were told by Christianity. There's nobody there. The world that you see around you is what God is. Jesus Christ, if he ever existed, put it in a very simple language, that if you say you are worshiping a God that you cannot see, or you are loving God that you don't see, but you don't love your neighbor, you are just deceiving yourself. What he just meant by that, if he ever existed, I always use it this way, is that you are seeing everything around you and you say you don't love it. And something that you don't see, then you go and write on the wall, I love Jesus, I love God. And the people who are living with you, you carry clubs, you want to break their head down. You are cutting down trees in everywhere. And you are hoping that you will go to heaven and go and they will build a house for you there and you will be drinking honey and milk. You will die quick. You will not even see the gate of the heaven, if ever heaven exists. So Daniel, when people are not initiated into any spiritual practice, especially into Afa and into some voodoos that needed legba, then what they are buying, they don't have any legba. They are just deceiving themselves. Or those people who sold it to them are deceiving them and they bought into their deceit. Thank you very much, Daniel.
Papa, I also, sorry if anybody else has another question, but I wanted to see if you could tell me that word again. It's called Bokor.
To, to, to,
Oh,
to is it is in if we use the English alphabet, it will be Tor. To
oh, Bokor. Okay.
means father. To means father, and no means mother in Ewe. No is Nor, which means mother, and To means father, or Tor, which means father. So To Bokor is a priest. But when a priest that has reached the status or standard of a higher priest and is able to initiate another person into the tradition that he is following, the students will call that man master. They will call that master, or in Hinduism we call guru, means teacher. So in Ewe, you will call that means that person that initiated you is also Bokor, but he has become your father in the path that you are being initiated into, because he knows the path and he's now initiated you and is going to guide you. So it becomes your top Bokor, your father, spiritual father, or there's another name people call it your guardian father. Oh no, there's a name for it. Eh? Godfather. Yeah, it's what we call Godfather. Yeah. So your Toboko is like your Godfather in spirituality.
Thank you very much, Papa. That was very, very, very helpful.
Thank you, Daniel. I'm very grateful. So we have a big sister Oluchi again, smiling and smiling and laughing. And then I say, Papa, I don't work for, Papa, I don't work for people client. Please, you do with love. Yeah, because why I should work on your client? What did your client do where you have to work on him? Maybe you want to deceive him and he is clever, and you want to use spiritual force to help you to deceive him. It's not the correct way of living life. But anyway, Some people think that is what life is. But every action that you take, everybody don't forget, you will surely have the reaction. Then we have Nanaya. So many people here on TikTok. Okay, say Nanaya, please, Papa, this is your Doris. Doris Mbweke. Click on the picture. Let me see if I can see the Doris. I have so many Doris in my life. I think this is my daughter. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay. Doris, how are you? It's been a while. Never, I did not hear from you again. Okay. So we have a Foderali say, Papa, last one. How can one liberate him or herself from ancestral curse? It is people who tell you that you are having an ancestral curse who can actually answer such questions. I have never taught here in my teachings that people have ancestral curse on them. Most of the time, it is Christianity who teaches about ancestral curse. I don't know what curses or what bad things that my fathers or my forefathers did that I have to pay today. I believe very strongly my forefathers, what they did was to fight for themselves and also to fight for me to live today. So I don't see where there will be any curse coming from them on me. There are so many people who are teaching spirituality either online, Facebook, or whatever. They are teaching this thing, and they are coming from a Christian background, just like I had said earlier. They are coming from Christian backgrounds, so they say your ancestors, there's something they did, and that has become cursed to you. Why should your ancestors do things that to become a curse to you? Maybe it was you yourself who did it, and then you come back here, you are paying for it. So you don't blame your ancestors, because the ancestors will not do anything and put any curse on you, because you are their continuity. So if you have done any action in your past life and you are born back into this world and you are paying for your past actions, and you are now reaping the reactions, don't blame your ancestors and say it's an ancestral curse. Go and do a reading and see whether there's any curse from your ancestors that have been left over for you to come and pay. I don't believe in those things. Then Kofi Opegu, how can I visit your shrine, Daddy? I had said it already. When you go onto our TikTok profile, you see our number there, and you can contact the number. They will give you direction. When you go online onto Facebook, when you type in African Magic Temple, you will also get a Google direction to the shrine. But we are saying that we are saying that when you want to come here, you should do call and book an appointment. Otherwise, we may not be at the shrine when you come. So that's why we book appointment, and also to tell you the things that you should bring before coming to do consultation. Thank you very much. Put me on TikTok. There's some questions there I want to answer. Yeah. So Kofi, that's what we do. So our number is there. Google can also show you African Magic Temple. Our profile has our number, so you cannot get missing. And Kofi, okay, and Nanaya went on at TikTok. Kumbaya, your daughter Doris, yes, Doris. I hope you are fine. Thank you. When you have chance, please come by. You know, you have certain things to do. You haven't come to do them yet. And then we have Kofi Opegu. He said, Papa, how can I know the reason for my existence? How can I live a fulfilled life as an African? Kofi, I don't know how you can know the reason for your existence. We all came here for a purpose. And each and everyone has to find a way to find out why they are here. I have found out why I am here. That's why I'm doing this work that I am doing. That it's my duty to teach the things that I know from my training, to teach people so people can also know how to live their life. So if you want to find out your purpose in this life and how can you can live a fulfilled life, go to an authentic priest, consult the spirit world, consult your destiny, your essay. Now you want to know what is your purpose. They will initiate you and you will find the purpose of your coming here. And the same Kofi Opegu went on to say, how can I start my spiritual journey? By visiting a spiritualist. Then we have Olive Hammond saying, hello, Daddy. And then Nana also said, please, I am fine. Okay, we thank God. Then we have a big sister Oluchi also, okay. He said, peace and love, Papa. Thank you, big sister. And then with Linka sent likes to the host. And Kofi Opegu say, thank you, Daddy. You are very welcome, Kofi, and everybody else. I think we are almost done. Okay, there are some questions on Zoom. We have a Charlotte panel to everyone again. Is that it? The teacher, I want to do reading with you. How do I prepare? Okay, Charlotte, we have our numbers on our profile. We also have our numbers and the procedure to do a reading on Facebook, on Instagram, and also on YouTube. You can find all the information that you will need, how to do a reading, how to book an appointment for a reading. Whether you are here or you are far away from Ghana, we still can do a reading for you and you get the same results. They have just posted a pin an African Magic Temple WhatsApp number on the meeting chat, so you can pick it up from there and contact and book an appointment for a reading. Yeah. Charlotte is saying thank you very much, and also thank you too very much for all of the support you all giving to us. We are very, very grateful. And then we have a Fokoku. Okay, a Fokoku. Is a Fomali and everybody back? Yes. Okay. Tell them to be preparing Jokpata Shrine. We have Mike Thomas. Papa, since you have told us that none means, no, I never said none. I said no. No, not none. No, N-O-R. No. Top, T-O-R. So it says, since you've told us that no means mother in Ewe, please adjust the thing so I can read. What does Miano mean? The name Miano is not a very clear meaning to me. But when they say Miano, means our mother. Miano means M-I-A-N-O-R. Miano means our mother. And when they say Miano, then we are saying our mothers. Miano we say our mothers. Sometimes in Vodou, we call witches Mia no, if we don't want to directly call them witches or ajeto, we say Mia no. Some people even went on to say Mina now, our mothers. And I think I think that's what is it? Mina now, Mia no, our mothers. But Mia no simply means our mother in Evi. Okay, calm down. I think we are done with that one too. Revolution, I say, is no mother, top father. Yes. So when we say top Bokor, we are saying our godfather in spirituality or guru. I think we are done. The Efokoku couldn't come on, right? Okay. So I'm using this opportunity now to say thank you to all of you who find a way to join the program and made it very interesting. I am forever grateful to all of you because without you asking the questions, I won't be able to explain anything to anybody. That's why sometimes when nobody is asking questions, I ask the technical team to play videos because I want you, the fans, I want you, the audience, our fans who join us on TikTok, on Clubhouse, on Facebook, on Zoom, and on YouTube. I want you to set the agenda by asking questions that are troubling you, things that you do not understand. And when you ask me, I have everything inside this head. I don't need to read any book. They'll give you answers. I sit here, I sit with spirits, I sit with energies that teach me or communicate with me or help me answer the questions. What we don't understand or we don't know, we will tell you straight away that we don't know about this. And you should know that it is not a normal thing that happens, that people probably have been taking those things as normal, either through deceit or whatsoever. The moment I say we don't know means we don't know because the energies that sit with me tell me what answers I should give and what is the right answer to tell you. So if you don't ask me the question, because I'm not in your mind and I don't know what question you are going to ask, but when you ask the question, we will be able to give you the answer. So thank you all for joining us and being with us until the end. If any of you whose questions have not been answered, I am sorry. Please, next week again, please post the same very question very quickly so that when we start the program, I can look at them and then answer them for you. I am forever grateful to all of you for supporting us continuously until now. I'm going to pour the libation. Now, this is pouring a libation. It's not any concoction. It's just beefita. You can use appetition. You can use water. You can use casaprem. You can use whatever you want to use. I think Baba Craig is saying something there. You kept taking it off, taking it. What is he saying? Okay, we have already read it. Okay, so here I go. Oh, I go. But my mouth. But you're the different photo, but you're calling me photo, but you're a photo. I would die. I met you about me. I would play the old. Hey, me yo abochi sakaraka. Metro ababe adogo kotokoli don ko okunu maku agbaran gbe to no lecho franta mani fifin ku emsinka. Obenye okufito jamba ko chotu okufito hen kufubi atrakable. Me yo agbodo vi me ko acha agbodo bozuma agbodo bozuma. Abotome me yo ra da bela bela. Me yo afana go ma so purpose to so le me da pa. Me yo kwali be meji yeku meji wole meji lo so meji mali meji akla meji muda meji sa meji ka meji trupu meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji. Me che tula me yo klebo bi me ko to ba do wa. To ba de ni ade. Me ko ine di. This new week that is coming, starting today, may you all, the ancestors, the Voodoos, the gods, and God Almighty, the combination of all the Voodoos, the combination of the universe, may you smile a good smile to our fans, your children, and to all of us. May you bring health, long life, prosperity into our lives, so that when we wake up every day, we'll be able to feed ourselves and feed our children. Hey, Chetula. Okay, thank you everybody, and thank you for being part of today's section. I'm forever grateful to all of you. And big sister is saying, Olichi, Papa, I pray with coconut, and I use the water to do libation. But the next day, the coconut was pink inside, very pink now. Is it a good thing? I believe pink is a great thing, so I roast it and eat it. Yeah, but it's no coconut. When you break it down for some time, it changes color. But it is not a very good thing to be eaten because it is getting spoiled. That's why it changes color. So what you do is that to pray with coconut water is a very good thing. I think I taught it here last week. To pray with coconut water, especially for those who do not take alcohol, and also probably they don't want to pray with just ordinary water. Coconut water is great. You break it and you pour it into a container, preferably a cup or a glass or a calabash. You drink small yourself, then you pour the rest down while calling your ancestors. But don't try to store the coconut water down overnight. It can get stale, it can get spoiled, and probably even bacteria can get into it unless when you what do you call it, when you break the water and you pour it into a bottle or into a container and put it in the freezer or into the refrigerator so that it doesn't spoil. But just breaking it directly and leaving it overnight or 2 days may get spoiled and probably also disturb your body. So it is good to use the coconut water, but don't leave it for too long. And if you see the coconut turning pink, means it's getting bad. So don't eat it. But maybe when you roast it, it is okay. But try not to disturb your body while at the same time trying to praise the ancestors. Yes, so it was big sister Oluchi saying say thank you, and I will. Yes. Good evening. Who is this?
I mean, this is the Okada guy.
Where are you?
Now I'm in the Puma filling station.
You are in which station?
Puma filling station.
Puma. Okay, come forward a little bit. You see the Glory Oil filling station. After the Glory Oil, you will see the hangout pub. Hangout. I'm sharing wall with the hangout, please.
After the Glory Oil,
you will see the hangout all on your right side. Okay. Thank you. You just come after the Glory Oil. It's not far from the Glory Oil. It's only about 1 minute or half a minute ride. From Puma to Glory Oil is not big. It's the same thing, like a second. So, big sister, I say it is not the water, it's the coconut herself. Papa, peace and okay, the coconut herself is becoming pink. Still, it's not very advisable to be eating it when it's changing color like that. it's supposed to be white, and you eat it like that, then you are eating it healthy. So I know some people roast coconut. My village too. Sometimes if it's a dry coconut and people want to eat it, if it's overnight, they actually roast it a little bit. So maybe we are from the same tradition. That's why. Thank you very much, big sister Oluchi. Thank you, thank you. I think what do I have again? Anybody again on anywhere? I think Benny Muswane is saying, "We thank you, Papa, and your efforts are not in vain." I'm very grateful, forever grateful. Thank you. Okay, so there we are. Until next week, may the ancestors and the gods of our fathers and your fathers continue being with you and support you in everything you do. God bless you. Till we meet again.
Yeah.